Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, it wasn't paint. Behind a crack in the plaster, a thick reddish fluid oozed slowly, staining the floor. When the wall was opened, they found insulation soaked through, and embedded in the studs, a series of bones packed in tight rows. Some still had ligaments clinging to them. In the autumn of 2017, Marion Slater had moved into the modest two-bedroom house on Hemlock Avenue in Havenbrook, Michigan. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind where neighbors waved from their porches but didn't intrude. At 42, Marion was starting over. Her divorce had been finalized 6 months prior, ending a marriage that had depleted her in ways she couldn't articulate to friends or family. The house, built in the 1970s, needed work, but it was affordable and it was hers. Marion had grown up in a small town 50 miles north, the middle child of 3 sisters. Those who knew her described a thoughtful woman who spoke deliberately, as if measuring each word before releasing it. She worked remotely as a medical transcriptionist, a job that suited her methodical nature. Her routine was predictable: morning coffee on the back porch, work until late afternoon, then walks around the neighborhood with her rescue dog, a border collie mix named Cooper. No one would have described Marion as unhappy. She had begun to reclaim herself after the divorce. She joined a book club at the local library. She planted a small vegetable garden in the backyard. She called her sisters every Sunday evening. But those who knew her well noticed she rarely invited anyone inside her home. She always met us at restaurants or coffee shops, her older sister Denise would later tell investigators. I just assumed she was embarrassed about the renovation work that needed doing. The renovation work, that was what had started it all. On October 18, 2019, nearly 2 years after moving in, Marion finally had enough savings to begin updating the house. She hired a local contractor, Jim Perkins, recommended by another book club member. The plan was to start with the kitchen, replace the outdated cabinets, tear out the linoleum floor, update the fixtures. She seemed excited about the changes, Perkins would later recall, but she was specific about keeping the work contained to the kitchen, said she didn't want the mess spreading to other rooms. The first 3 days of renovation proceeded without incident. On the 4th day, Perkins noticed a strange smell coming from behind the wall adjacent to the dining room. Initially, he dismissed it as dampness or perhaps a dead rodent in the wall cavity. But when his assistant, Diego Martinez, removed more of the drywall, they saw it. It was like the wall was sweating, Martinez described in his statement. But it wasn't clear. It was this reddish-brown liquid, thick like syrup. Perkins immediately called Marion, who was at her sister's house for the day. Her reaction was unexpected. "Don't touch anything else," she said, her voice unusually flat. "I'll be right there." By the time she arrived 30 minutes later, Perkins had already called the police. The substance seeping through the wall was unmistakably blood, old blood, but blood nonetheless. And behind the wall, carefully arranged between the wooden studs, were human bones. Small bones, finger bones, toe bones, all meticulously positioned. Detective Sarah Holloway was the first investigator on scene. With 15 years of experience in the Havenbrook Police Department, she had seen her share of disturbing crime scenes, but this was different. It was methodical, she would later testify. These weren't randomly placed remains. Someone had taken time to arrange them in patterns, almost like they were creating art inside the walls. Marion sat in her car during the initial investigation, refusing to enter the house. When Detective Holloway approached to question her, Marion's demeanor was eerily calm. "I knew something was wrong with the house," she said, staring straight ahead through the windshield. "I could feel it breathing at night." A forensics team spent the next 72 hours dismantling sections of walls throughout the house. They found similar arrangements in 3 other locations: behind the living room wall, in the main bathroom, and most disturbingly, surrounding the entirety of the master bedroom. Carbon dating would later reveal the bones were between 15 and 20 years old. The investigation quickly focused on the previous owners of the property. County records showed the house had been built by Harold and Patricia Eckhart in 1978. They had lived there until 2001, when Patricia died of cancer. Harold sold the property to a young couple, the Winstons, who owned it briefly before selling to a real estate investment company that rented it out for several years. Marion had purchased it from the company in 2017. The Winstons, now living in Seattle, were cleared quickly. They had only lived in the house for 11 months and had done no significant renovations. The renters were similarly eliminated as suspects, but Harold Eckhart proved more difficult to locate. He had apparently moved to Florida after selling the house, but had left no forwarding address. Meanwhile, the forensic anthropologists made a chilling discovery. The bones belonged to at least 7 different individuals, all estimated to have been between the ages of 16 and 25 at time of death. And they weren't complete skeletons, they were specific parts: finger bones, toe bones, ear ossicles, the tiny hyoid bone from the throat. It was like someone was collecting the most delicate parts of the human body, explained Dr. Alina Liu, the lead forensic anthropologist. The parts that break most easily. Detective Holloway's investigation took an unexpected turn when she discovered that Harold Eckhart had not been a retired accountant as neighbors believed, but had worked as a mortician's assistant at Havenbrook Memorial Chapel from 1975 to 1998. Former colleagues described him as meticulous and largely forgettable. "He was just there," said Franklin Moore, who had owned the funeral home during Eckhart's employment, "always willing to work late, always volunteering for the preparations no one else wanted to do." 3 months into the investigation, police finally located Harold Eckhart in a nursing home outside Tampa, Florida. At 87, he was suffering from advanced dementia. On his lucid days, he spoke of his late wife with tenderness. On his worst days, he muttered about keeping them safe in the walls. "Patricia knows," he would say. "Patricia always helped." Detective Holloway flew to Florida to interview him, but found him largely incoherent. Medical records indicated he had been in the facility since 2012, making it impossible for him to have returned to the house after selling it. But his ramblings suggested the bones had been placed in the walls while he and Patricia still lived there. DNA testing on the remains hit repeated dead ends. The bones were too old, too degraded for complete profiles. Only partial matches were found in missing persons databases, 3 potential matches for young people who had disappeared from surrounding counties between 1980 and 1996. None had been connected to Harold Eckhart during their lifetimes. Then came the discovery that shifted the investigation once more. While examining Harold's financial records, Detective Holloway found regular payments to a storage facility in Havenbrook from 2001 to 2012. When police opened the long-abandoned storage unit, they found boxes of journals, Patricia's journals. Written in a neat, controlled hand, the The journals documented decades of a marriage founded on dark secrets. Patricia had not only known about Harold's activities, she had been an active participant. Harold brought home another one today, read an entry from May 1983. This makes 7. He says we need to honor them properly. I've prepared the solution for the flesh. He'll do the cleaning as always. Then we'll place them where they belong, inside the protection of our home. The journals revealed a couple bound by shared delusion, believing they were saving parts of the young people they encountered. Patricia's writings were filled with references to preserving innocence and keeping them safe from the world's corruption. The couple had apparently identified young people they perceived as vulnerable or at risk, stalked them, and ultimately took what Patricia called the essential pieces. By the time the police pieced together the extent of the Eckhart's crimes, Harold had passed away in his sleep at the nursing home. The investigation continued, focusing now on identifying the victims and bringing closure to families who had spent decades wondering what had happened to their loved ones. And what of Marion Slater? She never returned to the house on Hemlock Avenue. In her only interview with Detective Holloway, she revealed that she had felt drawn to the house from the moment she saw it listed for sale. I had dreams about it before I even moved in, she explained. Dreams about people in the walls watching me. I thought it was just anxiety about living alone, but they were trying to tell me something. The house on Hemlock Avenue was eventually demolished. The bones were given proper burials as police continued the painstaking work of identification. To date, only 4 of the 7 victims have been positively identified. Marion Slater moved to Arizona, where her youngest sister lived. She rarely speaks about her time in the house, except to say that sometimes at night she still feels the walls around her breathing. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, she thinks she can hear voices whispering, thanking her for finding them, for bringing their stories into the light. Detective Holloway keeps a small box in her desk drawer. Inside is a single finger bone that was never matched to any victim. On difficult days, she takes it out and remembers why she continues the work she does, because somewhere, someone is still waiting for answers. The walls don't bleed anymore, but the questions remain, seeping slowly through the years, staining everyone they touch. Crime 2, no bulb overhead, no fixture at all. Yet when flipped, something hummed beneath the floor. They pulled the tile and found a wooden box wired to the walls. Inside it, a camera lens facing upward, and next to it, a cassette labeled "Only When She Eats." Margaret Summers was 34 when she purchased the small 2-bedroom home on Cypress Lane in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania. The listing had described it as charming and move-in ready, though the 1970s kitchen betrayed the home's true age. The pantry, with its sliding wooden door and deep shelves, had been one of the selling points. Margaret loved to bake, and the extra storage space appealed to her practical nature. She had grown up in Wichita, Kansas, the middle child of 5 siblings. Her childhood friends described her as quiet but quick to laugh, the kind of person who remembered everyone's birthdays and brought homemade cookies to school functions. After earning her degree in library sciences from the University of Kansas, Margaret had moved east, accepting a position at the Oak Ridge Public Library, where she eventually became head of children's programming. In Oak Ridge, Margaret developed a small but loyal circle of friends, most of them fellow librarians or members of her weekend hiking group. She dated occasionally, but never seemed in a hurry to settle down. Her sister, Claire, would later tell investigators that Margaret had once confided that she enjoyed the independence of living alone. The house on Cypress Lane had been owned by an elderly couple, the Hendersons, who had lived there for nearly 40 years before moving to an assisted living facility in Florida. The sale had gone smoothly, and Margaret moved in during early September of 2019. By all accounts, she was happy there. She repainted the living room a soft sage green, planted tulip bulbs along the front walkway, and hosted a small housewarming party where she served her signature lemon bars and homemade bread. 3 months after moving in, Margaret began to notice small oddities around the house. Nothing significant at first, a cabinet door left open that she was certain she had closed, items in her refrigerator rearranged. She mentioned these occurrences to her friend and colleague Diane Porter over coffee one morning, laughing it off as absent-mindedness brought on by the stress of the upcoming holiday programming at the library. "I'm starting to think I'm sleepwalking," Margaret had joked. "Yesterday I found my favorite mug in the pantry instead of the cupboard where it belongs." By January, the incidents had become more frequent. Margaret began keeping a small journal, noting each occurrence with the date and time. On January 23rd, she wrote, "Came home to find bathroom light on. Definitely turned it off before leaving for work." On February 5th, someone moved my mail from the counter to the coffee table, all of it in the exact same order. Margaret installed a simple security system, motion-detecting cameras at the front and back doors, but they never captured anything unusual. No unexpected visitors, no signs of forced entry. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in her home while she was away. In late February, Margaret discovered something that transformed her vague unease into genuine fear. She had been reorganizing her pantry, pulling everything off the shelves to clean them thoroughly, when she noticed an extra light switch on the back wall. It was positioned lower than the main switch, partially hidden behind a shelf bracket. It looked older than the other fixtures in the house, with a yellowed plastic cover and a slight wobble when touched. Curious, Margaret flipped the switch. Nothing happened, no light came on, no sound, nothing visible changed. She toggled it back and forth a few times, then shrugged it off as an obsolete fixture from some previous renovation. She made a mental note to ask her electrician about it during her next scheduled maintenance. That night, Margaret woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m. She lay still in the darkness of her bedroom, unsure what had disturbed her sleep, listening intently to the silence of her home. Then she heard it, a faint, rhythmic humming, like the sound of an old refrigerator motor, but muffled somehow. It seemed to be coming from below her. The next morning, Margaret called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. Instead, she spent the day investigating the strange sound. She traced it to the pantry, where it seemed loudest when she pressed her ear against the tiled floor. The humming would start and stop at random intervals, sometimes lasting only seconds, sometimes continuing for nearly an hour. It was Margaret's friend Diane who suggested calling a contractor. "Probably just old pipes," Diane had said reassuringly. "These older homes make all kinds of noises." 2 days later, on March 3rd, contractor Ray Mendez arrived to inspect the pantry. He removed several floor tiles and discovered something that made him immediately call the police. A wooden box, roughly the size of a shoebox, had been built into the subfloor. It was wired directly into the house's electrical system and contained a small but sophisticated camera pointing upward through a pinhole in the tile, positioned to capture anyone standing in the pantry. Beside the camera was an old cassette recorder with a tape inside, labeled in neat block letters, "Only when SHE eats." Detective Sarah Harding of the Oak Ridge Police Department arrived within the hour. A 20-year veteran of the force, Harding specialized in cases involving stalking and harassment. She instructed Margaret not to touch anything and called for a forensic team to document the scene. The camera was still operational, transmitting wirelessly to an unknown receiver. The cassette contained hours of audio recordings, the sounds of Margaret moving about her pantry, humming to herself as she selected ingredients, occasionally talking on the phone while retrieving snacks. The most recent recording had been made just the previous evening. The system was sophisticated but outdated, Detective Harding would later explain at a press conference. The camera and recording equipment had probably been installed 10 to 15 years earlier, but had been maintained and upgraded over time. Someone had been monitoring Ms. Summers' activities in her home since she moved in, and possibly monitoring the previous occupants as well. A thorough search of the home revealed 2 additional surveillance devices, a microphone hidden inside a heating vent in the living room and another camera concealed behind the bathroom mirror. Both were connected to the same wireless transmitter, which sent its signal to an unknown location. The investigation quickly focused on the previous homeowners, the Hendersons, but both proved to be genuine in their shock and horror when informed of the discoveries. Their alibis were solid. They hadn't left Florida in over a year, and medical records confirmed that Mr. Henderson's advancing Parkinson's disease would have made it physically impossible for him to maintain the surveillance equipment. Margaret, now staying with her friend Diane, provided investigators with her journal detailing the strange occurrences around her home. What had seemed like paranoia or absent-mindedness now took on a sinister cast. Someone had indeed been entering her home, not just watching her, but interacting with her environment in subtle ways meant to unsettle her without revealing their presence. The break in the case came from an unexpected source. During a canvass of the neighborhood, officers spoke with Alina Whitman, an 86-year-old widow who lived across the street. She mentioned that she had occasionally seen a utility van parked near Margaret's house, usually in the early afternoon when most neighbors were at work. It caught my attention because it would park in different spots each time, Alina explained. Sometimes down the block, sometimes right across from Margaret's house. Blue van, I think, or maybe gray. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Security footage from a nearby gas station confirmed Alina's observation. A blue van with magnetic signs reading Valley Electronics had been recorded driving through the neighborhood on multiple occasions when Margaret had noted disturbances in her home. The company, however, didn't exist in any business registry. Detective Harding expanded the investigation, pulling records of similar cases in neighboring counties. She discovered 3 other homes where surveillance equipment had been found hidden in pantries or kitchens, all with the same technical signature: older equipment that had been regularly updated, wireless transmission capabilities, and in 2 cases, audio recordings labeled with the same phrase, "only when she eats." The owner of the blue van was identified through traffic camera footage as Robert Garfield, a 57-year-old former electrician who had worked for the company that built Margaret's housing development in the 1970s. A search of his apartment revealed dozens of cassette tapes, each labeled with different women's names and dates spanning back nearly 20 years. There were also notebooks filled with detailed observations of daily routines, food preferences, and private conversations, all transcribed from his surveillance. Garfield was arrested on April 17, 2020, while parked 3 houses down from Margaret's home. In his van, police found a laptop connected to a receiver that was actively displaying the feed from the cameras in Margaret's pantry. When taken into custody, Garfield offered no resistance and spoke only once, asking officers if they had found the others. He refused to elaborate further. Forensic analysis of Garfield's equipment revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been installing surveillance devices in homes throughout the area for decades, focusing primarily on single women living alone. Most of his victims remained unaware they were being watched. In some cases, like Margaret's, he would deliberately create small disturbances, moving objects, leaving lights on, in what psychiatrists would later characterize as a desire for acknowledgement without discovery. The true extent of Garfield's activities may never be fully known. Investigators identified 17 homes with his surveillance equipment, but his notebooks suggested there were many more. Some of the women had moved away years earlier, taking no knowledge of their observer with them. Others had lived their entire lives in these homes, unaware of the eyes watching them perform the most mundane of daily activities. Margaret Summers never returned to the house on Cypress Lane. She moved to Portland, Oregon, where her oldest sister lived, taking a position at a university library. In a brief statement released through her attorney, she expressed gratitude to Detective Harding and the investigators who had uncovered the truth, but requested privacy as she worked to rebuild her sense of security. The house remained empty for nearly a year before being purchased by a young couple who gutted the kitchen, replacing the old pantry with modern open shelving. They knew the history of the home, full disclosure laws required it, but claimed they weren't bothered by its past. As for Robert Garfield, he pleaded guilty to multiple counts of stalking, breaking and entering, and illegal surveillance. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with no possibility of parole. He has never provided a complete list of his victims, nor explained his obsession with watching women in their pantries. The cassettes and notebooks were sealed as evidence, their contents deemed too invasive to be made public. Detective Harding, who continues to work on identifying potential victims, keeps a single phrase from one of Garfield's journals pinned to her office wall. They are most themselves when they think no one is watching. On particularly quiet nights in Oak Ridge, some residents still check their pantries for extra light switches, running their fingers along the walls before flipping the familiar switch that illuminates the shelves above. And sometimes, in the silence that follows, they pause, listening for the faint hum of something hidden beneath the floor. Crime 3, long strands braided in places, clinging to the metal like roots. As they pulled more from the vents, they found beads, ribbons, even a pacifier wedged deep in the corner. At the very end of the duct system, something was breathing, quietly, rhythmically. It was October 17, 2022, when the maintenance crew at Pinewood Heights apartment complex in Lakeville, Minnesota, made the discovery. The building manager, Russell Davenport, had received complaints from tenants on the third floor about strange noises coming from their vents at night, soft scratching sounds, occasional whimpers. At first, everyone assumed it was mice or perhaps a raccoon that had found its way inside. No one could have anticipated what they would actually find. Apartment 307 had been occupied by the Marshall family for nearly 3 years. Sarah Marshall, a 34-year-old kindergarten teacher, lived there with her 6-year-old daughter, Emily. Neighbors described them as quiet, pleasant people who kept to themselves. Sarah was known for her long auburn hair, which she often wore in elaborate braids. Emily had inherited her mother's hair, and the two were frequently seen walking to the nearby park, their matching braids swinging behind them. The Marshalls hadn't been seen for 11 days when the maintenance crew arrived to inspect the ventilation system. Their absence wasn't immediately alarming. Sarah's sister in Duluth later told investigators that the two often visited her for weekend getaways, but 11 days was longer than usual. The hair was everywhere, Miguel Sanchez, one of the maintenance workers, later testified. It was like someone had been collecting it for months, years maybe, and it wasn't just in apartment 307's ducts. It had somehow been pushed through the entire system connecting the third floor. Police arrived at 2:17 p.m. Officer Denise Powell was first on the scene. In her official report, she noted that the apartment door was locked from the inside. A chair had been placed under the doorknob. The windows were sealed shut with clear packing tape, meticulously applied without bubbles or creases. The Marshall apartment was immaculate, too immaculate, Powell would later say. The beds were made with hospital corners. The bathroom gleamed. Not a single dish sat in the sink. The refrigerator contained fresh groceries, including a half-gallon of milk that wouldn't expire for another week. Sarah's purse sat on the kitchen counter, containing her wallet, phone, and keys. But there was no sign of Sarah or Emily. What they did find were the vents, all of them open, their covers neatly unscrewed and placed beside each opening. And from these openings emerged thick clumps of hair, as if someone had been deliberately stuffing them inside. Detective Marcus Holloway took over the investigation the following morning. A 20-year veteran of the Lakeville Police Department, Holloway had never encountered anything like this. The hair samples were sent to the lab, Holloway explained in a later interview. Most of it matched Sarah and Emily Marshall's DNA, but not all of it. Some of the strands belonged to at least 3 other individuals. As Holloway and his team dug deeper, they discovered that the Marshalls' neighbors had been reporting strange occurrences for months. Katrina Jenkins in 306 claimed she would occasionally come home to find her hairbrush missing, only for it to reappear days later. Thomas Green in 308 mentioned hearing soft humming through his walls late at night, a woman's voice singing what sounded like lullabies. Then there was the building's history. Constructed in 1986, Pinewood Heights had been renovated multiple times. Before becoming apartments, it had briefly served as a medical facility in the early 1990s, specifically a small residential treatment center for adolescents with behavioral issues. The center had closed after only 18 months of operation following allegations of mistreatment and inadequate supervision. The ventilation system was one of the original features, explained Russell Davenport. It connects all the units on each floor. During the renovation, they should have separated them, but the contractor cut corners. That's why sounds travel so easily between apartments. The investigation took an unexpected turn when police interviewed Elaine Winters, the elderly resident of apartment 207, directly below the Marshalls. Winters, a 76-year-old retired nurse, had lived in the building since it was converted to apartments. She kept to herself, rarely interacting with other tenants. What caught investigators' attention was her collection of dolls, hundreds of them, carefully arranged throughout her apartment. Many featured long, human-like hair. "I make them myself," Winters explained when questioned. "It's just a hobby." When asked about the source of the hair for her dolls, Winters explained that she purchased it from specialty craft stores. Receipts found in her apartment seemed to confirm this explanation, but Detective Holloway remained suspicious, particularly when he noticed that several of the dolls had hair that appeared remarkably similar to Sarah Marshall's distinctive auburn shade. The case grew more complex when security footage from the building's lobby showed Sarah and Emily Marshall leaving the building on October 5th, shopping bags in hand, apparently headed to the grocery store. They never returned. Their car remained in the assigned parking space. No credit card activity or phone usage was recorded after that date. But perhaps the most disturbing discovery came 3 weeks into the investigation, when workers continuing to clear the ventilation system reached the farthest section of ducting. An old maintenance shaft that had been sealed off during renovation but still connected to the original system. Inside this shaft, they found a small living space, a thin blanket, a battery-powered lantern, empty water bottles and granola bar wrappers, and scratched into the metal wall a series of tally marks, 247 of them. The breathing that maintenance workers had initially reported, it was coming from a small tape recorder set to play on a loop, discovered among the items in this hidden space. 6 months into the investigation, police still had no definitive answers about what happened to Sarah and Emily Marshall. The strange nest in the ventilation shaft suggested someone had been living there, watching, listening, but who and why? Elaine Winters continued to maintain her innocence, though police found the circumstances suspicious. Her knowledge of the building's layout, including its ventilation system, was extensive given her long residency. When investigators searched her apartment more thoroughly, they discovered a hidden compartment in her closet containing newspaper clippings about missing persons cases dating back decades. "I find them interesting," was her only explanation. DNA testing of the items found in the ventilation shaft revealed something unexpected. None of it matched Winters. Instead, partial samples matched an individual whose DNA was not in any database. The case remained frustratingly open. Then came the letter. Exactly 1 year after the Marshalls' disappearance, the Lakeville Police Department received an envelope containing a lock of auburn hair, a child's hair ribbon, and a handwritten note. "We heard everything, every word, every breath. The walls aren't thick enough. The vents connect everything. Everyone, we're safe now. Don't look for us in the ducts. We found better passages." Handwriting analysis was inconclusive, though experts noted similarities to Sarah Marshall's writing style. The hair in the envelope was confirmed to belong to Emily. To this day, the Marshall case remains classified as an open investigation. Pinewood Heights has since been demolished, cited for numerous code violations discovered during the investigation. The ventilation system, with its interconnected passages and hidden chambers, was far more extensive than anyone had realized, a maze of metal tunnels running not just between apartments but deep into the foundation and walls of the building. Sometimes, late at night, former residents swear they can still hear it, the soft, rhythmic breathing, the quiet humming of lullabies, the gentle scratching of someone moving through dark, narrow spaces, collecting strands of hair as they go. And in the neighboring town of Fairview, residents have recently begun reporting unusual sounds in their ventilation systems. Soft scratching, quiet whimpers, the occasional strand of long, auburn hair caught in a vent cover. Breathing quietly, rhythmically. Crime 4, hundreds of them layered thick and soft, pressed into the dirt. When peeled back, each layer revealed a small item, a pacifier, a sock, a shoe with a broken strap. In the deepest layer, they found a rattle, cracked, hollow, and filled with teeth. The discovery came on a Tuesday morning in October 2017, when Melissa Carson finally sold her childhood home in Pinewood, Oregon. She had avoided the property for nearly 3 years after her mother's passing. The modest 2-bedroom house sat on 2 acres of land, bordered by towering pines and featuring a small shed at the edge of the property, a structure Melissa had been explicitly forbidden to enter as a child. "My mother always said it was unstable," Melissa later told Detective James Harmon. "Said the floor would give way if anyone walked on it. I never questioned it." The new owners, the Sanderson family, had hired a local contractor to inspect the outbuildings before moving in. It was Warren Lloyd, a man who had lived in Pinewood for over 40 years, who first pulled back the tarp covering the shed floor to check the foundation. What he found beneath was not rotting wood or concrete, but layers upon layers of children's blankets. Lloyd called the police immediately. Detective Harmon arrived at 11:37 a.m. The morning fog still clung to the pines, casting long shadows across the property. The shed itself was unremarkable: weathered gray wood, a small window with opaque glass, a padlock on the door that had rusted shut years ago. Lloyd had broken it open with bolt cutters from his truck. "I've been doing this job for 22 years, Harmon would later write in his report. "I knew what we were looking at before we finished uncovering the first blanket." The excavation took 11 days. Forensics teams worked methodically, photographing and cataloging each layer. The blankets, 64 in total, appeared to have been placed over a 15-year period. The items between them seemed random at first: a hair ribbon, a plastic bracelet, a tiny sneaker. But as the layers deepened, patterns emerged. Between the 30th and 40th blankets, they found 3 identical stuffed rabbits, each missing its left ear. Between the 40th and 50th, small socks, all pink, all for the right foot. The rattle with teeth came from the very bottom layer, alongside a photograph of a smiling infant. The photo was dated May 12, 1978. Melissa Carson was born on May 10, 1978. Eleanor Carson, Melissa's mother, had lived in the Pinewood house since 1977. Neighbors described her as private but pleasant. She worked as a night nurse at Pinewood General Hospital until her retirement in 2010. She had no husband, and Melissa was her only child. "Mom was protective," Melissa explained during her third interview with Detective Harmon. "She homeschooled me until high school, said the world wasn't safe for little girls." Records showed that Eleanor had worked in the maternity ward for her first 5 years at the hospital. During this time, the hospital reported no unusual incidents, no missing infants, no security breaches. Eleanor's performance reviews described her as meticulous and devoted to patient care. Then came the dental records. The 12 teeth found in the rattle belonged to at least 3 different children, aged approximately 18 months to 3 years. None matched Melissa's dental profile. More disturbing still, they showed no signs of natural loss. They had been extracted while still firmly rooted. Detective Harmon expanded the investigation. He requested missing persons reports for children under age 5 within a 100-mile radius of Pinewood between 1977 and 1995. There were 17 cases that remained unsolved. 4 of these cases involved children who had last been seen at Pinewood General Hospital, where they had been brought for routine checkups or minor illnesses. None had been admitted as patients. In each case, the child had seemingly vanished between the waiting room and the examination room. Hospital records showed Eleanor Carson had been on duty during all 4 disappearances. The investigation took an unexpected turn when authorities examined Eleanor's personal effects. In her bedroom closet, they found a locked metal box containing 47 Polaroid photographs. Each showed a different infant or toddler sleeping peacefully on what appeared to be the same blue crib sheet. None of the children were Melissa. DNA testing of the items found between the blankets was inconclusive. Decades of exposure to soil and moisture had degraded most biological material. However, 3 partial profiles were developed from hair samples preserved in sealed plastic bags found in Eleanor's bedroom. These matched 3 of the missing children. Throughout the investigation, Melissa maintained that she had no knowledge of her mother's activities. Psychological evaluations found no indication she was lying. She recalled a happy, if isolated, childhood. She remembered her mother's long night shifts, how she would sometimes return home with small gifts, stuffed animals, hair ribbons, tiny socks. She said they were from the hospital gift shop, Melissa explained, her voice barely audible during the recorded interview. Said the other nurses gave them to her because she didn't have many friends to buy her things. 6 months into the investigation, Detective Harmon received a call from a retired nurse named Patricia Winters. She had worked with Alina Carson in the late 1970s and had recently seen news coverage of the case. Alina had a stillbirth, Winters revealed, before she came to Pinewood. She carried the baby to term, but it died during delivery. She wouldn't let them take it away for hours, just kept holding it, talking to it like it was alive. Hospital records from St. Mary's in Portland confirmed Winters' story. Alina had delivered a stillborn daughter on April 3, 1978, just over a month before Melissa's birth date. When confronted with this information, Melissa broke down. "That can't be right," she insisted. "I'm her daughter. I have a birth certificate. I have baby pictures." The birth certificate was legitimate. The baby pictures showed a healthy infant with Melissa's distinctive birthmark, a small, heart-shaped mark on her left shoulder. DNA testing confirmed she was not Alina's biological child. The investigation continued for another year. In total, investigators linked Alina Carson to 12 missing children cases between 1978 and 1993. Evidence suggested she had taken infants and toddlers, kept them for varying periods of time, and then, the evidence indicated, ended their lives when they grew beyond the age she preferred. The shed had been their final resting place. Each child, carefully wrapped in a blanket, buried beneath another layer of Alina's terrible collection. Melissa Carson sold the property to the state. The house and shed were demolished. A small memorial garden now stands in their place, with 12 stone markers, one for each child identified in the investigation. Alina Carson's motives died with her. Some speculated that the loss of her own child triggered a psychotic break. Others pointed to journals found in her bedroom, filled with strange, rambling entries about collecting perfect moments and preserving innocence before corruption. Detective Harmon retired in 2019. His last official act was to close the case file on what the media had dubbed the blanket children. In his final report, he wrote, "Some questions have no satisfying answers. Some darkness cannot be fully illuminated." Melissa Carson changed her name and moved across the country. On her 39th birthday, she received an anonymous package containing a baby rattle, identical to the one found in the shed, and a note that read, "You were always my favorite collection." The package was postmarked 3 days after Alina Carson's death. The case of the blanket children remains one of Oregon's most disturbing crimes, not for the brutality of the acts, but for the methodical patience with which they were committed. A mother who wasn't a mother, collecting children who weren't hers, preserving mementos in layers of soft fabric, building a floor of memories beneath her feet. And somewhere out there, questions remain about who Melissa Carson really is, and how she came to be the only child Alina decided to keep. Crime 5, each one shattered softly when touched, glass falling away to reveal tightly packed notes, scorched black around the edges. Most were gibberish. One had a full sentence still legible. "She sees better in the dark." Detective Amelia Prescott stood in the empty apartment, latex gloves coated with a fine dust of glass particles. The power had been cut to the entire building for weeks, but here in apartment 317, all fixtures contained bulbs. Not a single one worked. Not a single one was designed to work. Each hollowed out, filled with tiny scrolls of paper, then carefully sealed back with clear adhesive that was only visible upon close inspection. Renee Lawson had lived in this apartment for 6 years, 43 years old, unmarried, a freelance copy editor who rarely left her home, according to neighbors. Most couldn't recall what she looked like, though she had paid her rent on time until 3 months ago. That's when the building manager, Trevor Hill, finally entered with a maintenance key after repeated complaints about a persistent odor. What he found wasn't Renee. There was no body, just an apartment meticulously arranged as if frozen in time. Coffee mug on the counter with lipstick on the rim. Television guide open to programs from April. Half-eaten breakfast at the kitchen table, food desiccated to the point of mummification. And then, of course, the light bulbs, over 30 of them throughout the apartment, all stuffed with paper. "We should check if her fingerprints are on any of these notes," Amelia said to her partner, Detective Marcus Reed. "Already submitted the first batch to the lab," Marcus replied, his voice lowered as if someone might be listening. "Preliminary analysis says the paper is all from the same legal pad, but the writing was done with at least 17 different pens. Handwriting consistent with a single author, though." The case had begun 6 weeks earlier when Renee's sister in Oregon, Celia Lawson, filed a missing persons report. The sisters spoke weekly by phone, but Renee had missed 3 calls in a row. Credit card activity had stopped. Her cell phone pinged last near her apartment building before going dark. The search had yielded nothing until today, when they finally obtained a warrant to fully process her residence. "What I can't understand," Amelia said, carefully placing another fragment into an evidence bag, "is why someone would go through the trouble of removing all the light bulbs, filling them with notes, and then putting them back." Marcus shook his head. "It gets stranger. Look at this." He handed her a sheet of paper from the bedroom. It contained a list of names, dozens of them with dates beside each. Some had asterisks, some had been crossed out. "Any of these names ring a bell?" Amelia asked. "I've cross-referenced 7 so far. 5 are missing persons cases from the past decade. 2 were found deceased, ruled as suicides." The room seemed to grow colder. Amelia moved to the window, staring down at the street 8 stories below. A light drizzle had begun to fall, making the pavement glisten under streetlights. People hurried along, umbrellas bobbing, unaware of the strange puzzle being pieced together above them. "Let's talk to the neighbors again," she said. "Someone must have seen or heard something." Mrs. Alina Whittaker lived in apartment 316, directly adjacent to Renee's. A widow in her 70s with thinning silver hair and hands gnarled by arthritis, she invited the detectives in for tea. "I didn't know her well," Alina admitted, pouring chamomile from a floral teapot. "She was always polite when we passed in the hallway, quiet type. I did notice she kept odd hours. Sometimes I'd hear her typing at 3 or 4 in the morning." "Did she have many visitors?" Marcus asked. Alina's brow furrowed. "Not that I recall, except for that man." "What man?" Amelia leaned forward. "Tall fellow, distinguished looking, silver at the temples. He started coming around maybe, 6 months ago. Always carried a leather briefcase. I assumed he was a client of some sort." "How often did he visit?" "Once a week at first, then more frequently. The last time I saw him was..." Alina paused, eyes drifting toward the ceiling as she searched her memory. about 3.5 months ago, just before Renee stopped coming and going. Amelia and Marcus exchanged glances. Mrs. Whittaker, did you ever hear any arguments or unusual noises from her apartment? The elderly woman's hands trembled slightly as she set down her cup. Just once, about a week before she disappeared, I suppose. It sounded like furniture being moved, and then a woman crying. I almost knocked on her door, but she looked away, guilt crossing her features. Well, you know how it is these days. You don't want to intrude. Back at the precinct, evidence from Renee's apartment filled 3 tables. Photos of the scene covered a bulletin board. The technical team had recovered partial data from her laptop, mostly work files, editing projects for various clients. Her browser history showed repeated searches for a term that made little sense, lightkeeper protocols. We've got something on that silver-haired visitor, Officer Zhang announced, walking briskly into the room. Building security cameras caught him on multiple occasions. We ran facial recognition. She handed Amelia a file. Dr. Leonard Maxwell, psychiatrist with a private practice downtown, specializes in sleep disorders and trauma therapy. Interesting connection, Marcus murmured, especially considering what we found in her bedside drawer. What they had found was a journal. Not the typical kind where one recounts daily activities, but a sleep journal. In meticulous detail, Renee had documented her dreams for over 2 years. The early entries were mundane, flying dreams, showing up naked to work, the usual subconscious anxieties. But approximately 8 months before her disappearance, the entries took a disturbing turn. March 12, it happened again. The woman with no face stood at the foot of my bed. She pointed to the ceiling light, then to my eyes. She knows I can see her. I told Dr. M about this today. He's increased my medication. March 20, Dr. M says these are hypnagogic hallucinations, common with my condition. But if they're not real, how does she leave water on the floor? Check the ceiling. No leaks. April 3, the woman spoke today. She said others like her are trapped, said I need to store the messages where they belong. I'm afraid to sleep now. As the journal progressed, Renee's handwriting became increasingly erratic. The final entry, dated 1 week before her disappearance, simply read, "They're coming through the lights. L is one of them. I know what I have to do now." Dr. Leonard Maxwell's office occupied the 15th floor of a sleek downtown medical building. The waiting room featured soft lighting, sound machines, and photographs of serene landscapes, professionally calming in every detail. The doctor himself projected that same cultivated serenity, silver hair perfectly styled, voice modulated to a soothing tone. He admitted to treating Renee Lawson without hesitation. Patient confidentiality typically prevents me from discussing cases, he explained, but given the circumstances, I want to help however I can. How long was Ms. Lawson your patient? Amelia asked. Approximately 9 months. She came to me suffering from parasomnia, specifically a form of sleep paralysis accompanied by vivid hallucinations. Not uncommon, but her case was resistant to standard treatments. When did you last see her? Marcus inquired. Dr. Maxwell consulted his calendar. March 27th. She missed her next appointment and didn't reschedule. Amelia placed a photograph on the desk, one of the paper-stuffed light bulbs. Does this mean anything to you? If she hadn't been watching closely, she might have missed it. The slight tensing around his eyes, the momentary pause before he shook his head. I'm afraid not, though it could relate to a delusion she expressed during our sessions. Renee believed that entities were communicating with her through electrical fixtures, particularly lights. As they left the office, Marcus muttered, "He's hiding something." "Agreed," Amelia replied. "Let's get a warrant for his patient files." The investigation took an unexpected turn when the lab results came back from the paper fragments in the light bulbs. The ink analysis revealed traces of a compound called Prazolex, an experimental sleep medication not yet approved for market use. According to pharmaceutical records, Dr. Maxwell was participating in a clinical trial of the drug. More disturbing were the results from Renee's sister, Celia. After flying in from Portland, she had positively identified 3 names from the list found in Renee's apartment, former patients of Dr. Maxwell who had either gone missing or died by suicide. "She called me about a month before she disappeared," Celia told the detectives, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. "She was scared, said her doctor was doing something terrible to his patients, that he was using the lights to rewire their minds. I thought she was having some kind of breakdown." Amelia showed her the journal entries. Celia's hand trembled as she read them. "That woman with no face. Renee used to draw her when we were kids, after our mother died. She said it was a guardian who watched over us in the dark." Her voice broke. "I never thought it meant anything." When they arrived at Dr. Maxwell's office with the warrant, they found the place in disarray, files missing, computer wiped clean. The doctor had not been seen for 2 days. His home, an elegant townhouse in the historic district, showed signs of hasty departure. In the basement, behind a false wall in the wine cellar, they discovered a small, soundproof room. The walls were lined with specialized lighting panels. A reclining chair sat in the center, with restraints hidden under armrests. On a nearby table, vials of Prazolex and syringes laid neatly arranged. Most telling was the notebook found locked in a drawer detailed protocols for what Maxwell called light-induced memory restructuring. The technique involved controlled hallucinations triggered by specific light patterns while patients were under the influence of Prazolex, making them susceptible to suggestion. According to his notes, he could essentially rewrite traumatic memories or implant new ones. The final pages contained a list of patients. Beside Renee's name was a single word: resisted. 3 days later, security footage from a gas station 50 miles outside the city captured Dr. Maxwell fueling a silver Lexus. He appeared nervous, constantly glancing over his shoulder. As he returned to his vehicle, he looked directly at the camera for a moment. Then he drove away, heading east. That same evening, Amelia received an anonymous email containing only an address: an abandoned psychiatric hospital that had closed decades earlier. A team was dispatched immediately. In the former electroshock therapy room, they found evidence that someone had been living there recently. Food wrappers, a sleeping bag, and on the walls hundreds of light bulbs, each one containing a tightly folded paper. But of Renee Lawson or Dr. Maxwell, there was no trace. 2 days later, all electricity in Amelia's apartment went out unexpectedly. As she fumbled for a flashlight, her phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. "Detective Prescott," a woman's voice asked, barely above a whisper. "Yes, who is this?" "You need to stop looking. You're close to understanding, and they can't allow that." "Renee, is that you?" The line crackled with static. Then, just before disconnecting, "Check your light bulbs, detective. Some messages can only be read in the dark." That night, unable to sleep, Amelia removed every light bulb in her home, holding each up to her flashlight. All were normal, all except one in the hallway fixture she rarely used. Inside was a single slip of paper with an address and tomorrow's date. Whether it was a trap or a genuine lead, she couldn't be certain. But she knew one thing: somewhere in the darkness, Renee Lawson was waiting, and perhaps, like the note had said, she truly did see better in the dark. Crime 6, not food, no frost, just stacks of Polaroids taped to every surface, on the walls, under the lid, inside the drawers. Each photo showed a different person asleep in bed, and in the corner of every frame, a blurry silhouette stood just out of focus. Detective Sarah Mercer stood motionless in the basement of 247 Oak Ridge Drive, the home of Harold Whitman, a 63-year-old retired high school janitor. The discovery had been accidental. A neighbor had called about a power outage that affected only Whitman's house. When no one answered the door for 3 days, local police performed a wellness check. The front door was unlocked. The house was empty except for the chest freezer in the basement, unplugged, containing no food, but meticulously lined with photographs. Harold Whitman had lived in Pikeville, Kentucky for 37 years. He was the kind of neighbor who would wave from his porch but rarely engage in conversation. He mowed his lawn every Saturday at exactly 9 a.m., weather permitting. His gray Buick Century would leave at 7:15 each morning and return at 5:30 each evening, even years after his retirement. Neighbors described him as private, polite, and forgettable. But nobody is truly forgettable. Harold's childhood had been marked by constant relocation, 12 schools in 14 years as his father chased construction jobs across the Midwest. At 16, Harold had been hospitalized after what records vaguely described as a violent episode. The records were sealed. After that, the paper trail showed a series of janitorial positions, always terminated after a few years, always followed by relocation to a new state. Pikeville was where he had finally settled. Over 170 photographs, Officer Jensen muttered behind Sarah, carefully cataloging each image, dating back at least 15 years, judging by the timestamps. Sarah leaned closer to one particular Polaroid. A woman with dark hair slept peacefully, her arm draped over a pillow. Sarah recognized the bedspread, the arrangement of picture frames on the nightstand. It was Mary Connor's bedroom, Mary Connors who had vanished 3 years ago after putting her children to bed and never waking up the next morning. Her husband had been the primary suspect until he wasn't. The case remained unsolved. "He's been watching them," Sarah whispered, "all of them in their most vulnerable moments." The investigation expanded rapidly. Police obtained a warrant to search Harold's computer. His browser history revealed searches for numerous residents of Pikeville and neighboring communities. Many names matched the faces in the Polaroids. Cross-referencing the photos with missing persons cases across 5 states revealed a disturbing pattern. 23 of the people photographed had disappeared within days of their pictures being taken. Harold Whitman himself was nowhere to be found. His Buick was discovered parked at the Greyhound station in Louisville. Surveillance footage showed him boarding a bus to Cincinnati, but the trail went cold there. His bank accounts remained untouched. His Social Security checks continued to be deposited monthly. What perplexed investigators most was the absence of evidence within the house itself. Despite thorough forensic examination, no trace of violence was found. The house was immaculately clean, perhaps too clean. Luminol testing revealed no blood residue anywhere on the property. Ground-penetrating radar showed no disturbances in the soil around the house or beneath the concrete basement floor. "It's what's not here that bothers me," Detective Mercer confided to her partner as they reviewed the case files for the 14th consecutive evening. No trophies beyond the photos, no journal, no manifesto explaining his motivations. It's like he wanted us to find the photos, but nothing else. The silhouette in the corner of each photograph became the focus of intense scrutiny. Photo enhancement revealed little, just a human-shaped darkness standing, watching. In some photos, the figure appeared to be holding something slender, perhaps a pen or a syringe. In others, the figure seemed to be wearing what might be surgical gloves, but the quality was too poor for certainty. 3 months into the investigation, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A retired nurse named Alina Thompson contacted the police after seeing Harold's photo on the news. She had worked at Lakeside Psychiatric Hospital in Illinois in the 1970s and recognized him, not as Harold Whitman, but as Howard Winters, a patient who had been admitted at age 16 after attacking his sleeping foster parents with a kitchen knife. He had this theory, Alina explained, her voice trembling slightly as she sat across from Detective Mercer. He believed that people's souls left their bodies when they slept deeply enough. He claimed he could collect these souls if he was present at the precise moment of deepest sleep. Hospital records confirmed Alina's account. Young Howard had been diagnosed with a rare delusional disorder characterized by what his psychiatrist called spiritual parasitism, the belief that he could absorb others' life essence during their sleep. After 7 years of treatment, Howard was deemed no longer a threat and released. He promptly disappeared from official records, presumably adopting the first of many new identities. As the investigation expanded, more disturbing connections emerged. In each town where Harold/Howard had lived, there had been cases of people reporting strange sleep disturbances, feeling paralyzed, sensing a presence in their bedroom, waking with unexplained pinprick marks on their arms. Most had dismissed these experiences as sleep paralysis or nightmares. None had reported seeing an intruder. He drugged them, Sarah theorized as the forensic reports came in. Toxicology screens on exhumed victims showed traces of scopolamine, a powerful sedative that induces amnesia. He enters their homes, administers the drug, takes the photograph as some kind of ritual, and then. The end then remained elusive. If Harold had killed his victims, where were the bodies? If he had merely drugged them and left, why had 23 never been seen again? And what about the others in the photographs who had never disappeared? 6 months after the freezer discovery, a package arrived at the Pikeville Police Department addressed to Detective Mercer. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph, Sarah asleep in her own bed, taken just 3 nights earlier. In the corner, the familiar silhouette. On the back, written in neat block letters, "Some souls are harder to collect." Police stationed outside Sarah's home found no signs of forced entry. Her alarm system had not been triggered. Review of her home security cameras showed no visitors. Yet someone, Harold, had been inside, standing over her bed as she slept. A nationwide manhunt intensified. Harold's face appeared on digital billboards across the country. Tips flooded in from dozens of states, each leading nowhere. Meanwhile, the families of the missing continued their agonizing wait for answers. 1 year to the day after the freezer discovery, Mary Connor's body was found in a shallow grave in the woods 50 miles from Pikeville. Forensic examination revealed she had died from a massive overdose of scopolamine. Clutched in her hand was a Polaroid photograph, not of herself, but of Harold Whitman, asleep in an unknown location. In the corner of the image stood a blurry silhouette. 2 weeks later, another body was discovered in a different wooded area, then another and another. Each victim held a Polaroid of Harold asleep. Each died from the same cause. Each discovery seemed deliberately timed, like breadcrumbs leading investigators along a predetermined path. He's telling a story, Sarah realized as she pinned the locations on a map. When connected, the burial sites formed a perfect pentagram with Pikeville at its center. This isn't just killing, it's some kind of ritual. The final body was discovered exactly 18 months after the freezer. This time it was Harold Whitman himself. Like the others, he had died from scopolamine poisoning. Like the others, he clutched a Polaroid, but this one showed Sarah Mercer asleep in her bed. The silhouette in the corner was clearer than in any previous photograph. It was Mary Connors. The case remains officially open. Detective Mercer continues to investigate, convinced that the 23 victims and Harold himself were part of something larger, something she has yet to fully comprehend. She sleeps lightly these days, her bedroom door locked, a camera recording her through the night. Sometimes, reviewing the footage in the morning, she catches glimpses of shadows that shouldn't be there. Movements at the edge of the frame that the camera's motion detector fails to register. And sometimes in her dreams she sees Harold Whitman standing in a freezer lined with photographs, whispering that souls never truly rest, that they simply find new vessels, and that the collection continues with or without him. The residents of Pikeville still talk about the case in hushed tones. Parents check on their sleeping children more frequently. Sales of home security systems have tripled. And late at night, many lie awake, fighting the pull of sleep, wondering if closing their eyes might make them the next Polaroid in someone's collection. Crime 7, it clicked when they sat down. Slicing it open revealed a small, battery-operated recorder sewn into the springs. The tape inside had been played hundreds of times, worn, muffled. A child's voice whispered, "I said I'd be quiet. Why didn't that stop her?" The house at 1487 Maplewood Drive had been on the market for 18 months. Nestled in the quiet suburb of Pinehurst, Michigan, the three-bedroom colonial should have sold quickly. The realtor, Marion Winters, couldn't understand why potential buyers always seemed to lose interest after the second viewing. The price had been reduced 3 times. By early February 2019, the owners, now living out of state, were desperate. "Just sell it," they'd told Marion. "We don't care anymore." When the Conrads came to see the house on a snowy Thursday afternoon, Marion felt hopeful. David and Sarah Conrad were a young couple with their first child on the way. They loved the neighborhood, the school district, and most importantly, they loved the house itself. "It feels like a place where memories have been made," Sarah said, running her hand along the banister of the staircase. "Happy ones." Marion nodded, smiling. She didn't mention that the previous owners had left abruptly, or that neighbors had started to whisper about the house. Nothing concrete, just uneasy feelings, stories of lights flickering, the sound of footsteps when no one was home, the kind of rumors that follow any empty house too long without occupants. The Conrads made an offer that same day, significantly under asking price, but Marion knew the owners would accept. They just wanted to be free of the place. The young couple moved in on March 1st. They spent the first weekend painting the nursery a soft yellow. Sarah was 5 months pregnant, and David couldn't stop talking about their future, how their son would learn to walk on these floors, ride his first bike down this driveway, grow up in this house. 3 weeks later, Sarah called Marion in hysterics. "There's something wrong with this house," she sobbed. "David thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not. I hear things." "What kind of things?" Marion asked, a knot forming in her stomach. "A child whispering, always at night, always from upstairs." Marion assured her it was probably just the house settling, old pipes, the wind, all the things realtors say, but Sarah wasn't convinced. "I've started having dreams," she said quietly, "about a little boy. He sits in the corner of our bedroom and watches me. He never speaks in the dreams, but I know it's his voice I hear when I'm awake." The following week, David called. He'd heard it too now, faint whispers coming from their bedroom when no one was there. The couple was sleeping on the couch, afraid to go upstairs after dark. "Listen," he said, "I don't believe in any of this supernatural nonsense. There has to be an explanation." On April 12th, the Conrads hired a home inspector who found nothing out of the ordinary. No hidden speakers, no loose wires, nothing that could explain the whispers. 3 days later, they called in an exterminator, thinking perhaps animals in the walls were creating the sounds. Again, nothing. By the end of April, Sarah had moved back to her parents' house. The stress was affecting her pregnancy. David remained, determined to solve the mystery that was destroying their new life. It was on a Tuesday night, unable to sleep and frustrated beyond measure, that David tore apart their bedroom. He pulled up floorboards, checked inside air vents, and finally, in a moment of desperation, began cutting open their mattress. That's when he heard it, a distinct click when he pressed down on one section. Using a kitchen knife, he carefully sliced open the fabric and foam. Nestled among the springs was a small tape recorder, crudely sewn into the mattress. It had been there for years, judging by its aged appearance. With trembling hands, David pressed play. "I said I'd be quiet. Why didn't that stop her?" The child's voice was so soft, so afraid. The tape continued with long stretches of silence, then soft crying, then the whisper again. "I said I'd be quiet. Why didn't that stop her?" David called the police at 3:17 a.m. Detective Alina Reeves arrived with 2 officers at 4:05 a.m. She'd been with the Pinehurst Police Department for 17 years, working mostly property crimes until her promotion to detective 5 years ago. She'd never seen anything quite like this. "The recorder is probably 10, maybe 15 years old," she told David, bagging it as evidence. "Battery operated, must have been triggered by pressure on the mattress." "But who put it there and why?" David asked, his voice hollow. Detective Reeves promised to investigate. First, she needed to find out who had owned the mattress before the Conrads. The house's history began to unfold like a dark novel. The previous owners, the Millers, had bought the house fully furnished from the Blackwoods in 2015. They'd kept most of the furniture, including the beds. The Blackwoods had lived there for less than 2 years, and before them, the house had belonged to Linda and Richard Davenport from 2001 to 2013. The Davenports had a son, 7-year-old Timothy. Records showed that Timothy Davenport had been reported missing on October 17, 2008. His mother, Linda, claimed he had run away after an argument. The police had conducted searches, interviewed neighbors, and eventually, without evidence of foul play, the case went cold. Timothy was never found. Detective Reeves pulled the old case files. The interviews with neighbors painted a troubling picture. Timothy was described as unnaturally quiet and always afraid. His teacher had reported concerns about his withdrawn behavior. One neighbor mentioned hearing Linda screaming at the boy to just be quiet late at night. But there had never been enough evidence to charge anyone. Richard had been away on business when Timothy disappeared. Linda had moved to Florida after the divorce in 2012. Richard had been the one to sell the house to the Blackwoods a year later. The recorder was sent to the forensics lab. The full tape contained hours of recording, mostly silence, occasional creaks of the mattress springs, and every few hours the child's whispered plea. The voice analysis confirmed it was consistent with a male child between 6 and 8 years old. Fingerprints on the inside of the recorder, protected from years of cleaning, matched those on file for Timothy Davenport. The battery compartment contained additional batteries, suggesting whoever placed it there intended it to run for a long time. On May 28, 2019, Detective Reeves flew to Tampa to interview Linda Davenport. The woman who opened the door looked nothing like the photos from 11 years ago. Her once brown hair was dyed platinum blonde, her face lifted and taut. She claimed to have no knowledge of any recorder. Timothy was a difficult child, she said, her voice flat. Always making up stories, always trying to get attention. He ran away, that's what happened. Mrs. Davenport, Detective Reeves said carefully, the recorder was sewn into a mattress that was in your home. Your son's fingerprints are inside it. How do you explain that? I can't, Linda replied. Maybe Richard put it there after I left. Maybe Timothy did it himself before he ran off. That boy was always sneaking around, always hiding things. Without a body or direct evidence of a crime, Detective Reeves couldn't make an arrest, but the investigation continued. The mattress was taken apart completely. Deep inside, forensics found traces of blood that matched Timothy's DNA from his baby teeth, kept in an envelope by his father. Ground-penetrating radar scanned the Davenports' former property. Nothing was found. The septic tank was emptied and examined. Nearby woods were searched again. Richard Davenport, now remarried and living in Oregon, cooperated fully. I was away so much, he said during his interview, voice breaking. I knew something wasn't right with Timmy, but Linda said he was just seeking attention. I should have done more. I should have been there. On August 3, 2019, armed with new search warrants, investigators returned to Linda Davenport's Tampa home. In the garage, beneath freshly poured concrete, they found a locked trunk. Inside was a child's blue backpack containing Timothy's school ID, a teddy bear, and a journal. The final entry, dated October 16, 2008, read, Mom got really mad again because I was breathing too loud during her TV show. I'm going to record myself being quiet to prove I can do it. Maybe then she'll let me come out. Linda Davenport was arrested the same day. She maintained her innocence, insisting Timothy had run away as she'd always claimed. Without a body, prosecutors knew the case would be challenging, but they charged her with second-degree murder. The trial began in March 2020. The prosecution built their case around the recorder, the blood evidence, and Timothy's journal. The defense argued it was all circumstantial. Perhaps Timothy had indeed run away after making the recording, after injuring himself somehow. Jurors heard the tape multiple times during the trial. That small, frightened voice echoing through the courtroom. I said I'd be quiet. Why didn't that stop her? On April 7, 2020, after 9 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with a verdict: guilty. Linda Davenport was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Timothy's body has never been found. The Conrads sold the house at a loss. They moved across the state, where Sarah gave birth to a healthy baby boy. They named him Timothy. The house at 1487 Maplewood Drive remains empty. Marion Winters no longer lists the property. By law, she would now have to disclose its history to potential buyers. Sometimes, passing by, she thinks she sees a small figure in the upstairs window. Just a trick of the light, she tells herself, just shadows. But she never stops to look twice. Crime 8, written in pencil, invisible unless you looked from the right angle. Hundreds of names, some scratched out, others circled. In the center tile, there was only one word written over and over again in a spiral: listen. Behind the tile, a microphone was still hot. Emma Prescott discovered this on her first day as the new night janitor at Riverbrook High School in Mapleton, Ohio. It was September 2018, and at 43 she had finally found a job that accommodated her insomnia. The school hallways, empty at night, gave her peace, but room 237 always felt different. Emma had grown up in Mapleton, a town of 8,700 people where everyone knew everyone. She had attended Riverbrook herself back when the building was new. Now the school was showing its age, water stains on ceiling tiles, flickering fluorescent lights, and creaking floors that spoke of 3 decades of teenage footsteps. No one had warned Emma about room 237 or about Mr. Hale, the psychology teacher who had used it for 26 years. By all accounts, Lawrence Hale was respected, even beloved. He had a way of connecting with troubled students, offering them a safe space during lunch or after school. He kept a small library of psychology books that students could borrow without formal checkout. He arranged the desks in a circle rather than rows. "All voices matter in this room," he would say on the first day of each semester. On the night Emma discovered the names, she had been replacing bulbs in the hallway when she noticed the door to 237 was ajar. The classroom should have been locked, standard procedure. When she stepped inside, the air felt heavier, somehow stale despite the building's circulation system. She pulled the chain on the floor lamp Mr. Hale preferred over the harsh overheads. The soft glow illuminated his desk, meticulously organized with papers in perfect stacks, pens lined up by color. Emma climbed her ladder to replace the flickering tube in the center of the room. That's when she saw it, the faint scratches on the ceiling tile. She shifted her position, and suddenly the writing appeared, hundreds of names emerging from the white surface like ghosts. She recognized some of them. Her own niece's name was there, circled twice. Emily Prescott, class of 2016. Emily, who had become withdrawn her senior year. Emily, who had stopped talking about her favorite teacher, Mr. Hale, after having mentioned him constantly for 3 years. Emma took a photo with her phone, then carefully lifted the tile. The small wireless microphone was secured with duct tape, its power indicator glowing red. It looked expensive, not school equipment. She carefully replaced the tile, hands trembling as she descended the ladder. The next morning, Emma called in sick. Instead of sleeping, she drove to her sister's house across town. "I need to talk to Emily," she said when Rebecca answered the door. Rebecca's expression darkened. "She's at therapy. Tuesday mornings, remember." Emily had been in therapy for almost 2 years now. She never explained why she started going, just that she needed to. The family didn't push. Emily had always been private, and they respected that. But now, Emma wondered. Rebecca, was Mr. Hale ever? Was there ever anything strange about him? With Emily? Rebecca's coffee mug froze halfway to her lips. "Why are you asking about him?" Emma showed her the photo of the ceiling tile. Emily's name is circled twice. Rebecca set her mug down with deliberate care. "Mr. Hale retired suddenly last spring. There were rumors, but nothing concrete. Emily refuses to talk about him." Over the next week, Emma spent her nights inspecting room 237 more closely. Behind the bookshelf, she found a hidden panel in the wall containing an old digital recorder with dozens of SD cards meticulously labeled with dates spanning back 15 years. In the teacher's desk, a false bottom concealed a journal with coded entries. Emma couldn't decipher the system, but she recognized names, the same names from the ceiling, followed by numbers and cryptic symbols. She debated going to the police, but hesitated. What exactly had she found? There was no explicit evidence of a crime, just names, recordings, and strange notes. What if she was misinterpreting innocent teaching materials? Then Emily attempted suicide. No note, no explanation, just an empty bottle of pills and Rebecca's frantic midnight call to Emma. At the hospital, while Emily slept and Rebecca spoke with doctors, Emma scrolled through her phone. Almost without thinking, she searched for news about Lawrence Hale. There was little to find, just a brief announcement of his retirement after a distinguished career, and a small real estate listing showing he had sold his house 3 months ago. No forwarding address. As Emily recovered, Emma continued her night shifts and her investigation. She carefully removed the SD cards from the recorder and listened to them at home. Most contained mundane class discussions, but some held private conversations, students confiding in Mr. Hale about family problems, romantic troubles, fears, and insecurities, their most intimate secrets recorded without their knowledge. On the 19th night of her employment, Emma noticed something else. Behind Mr. Hale's desk, partially hidden by a filing cabinet, was a small stain on the carpet. Dark and irregularly shaped, it had been scrubbed but not completely removed. She took a sample on a paper towel, dampened it, and watched as it bloomed rust-red. The next day, Emma went to the police. Detective Marissa Weber took her statement and the evidence, photos of the ceiling, the paper towel with the stain, and copies of several SD card recordings where students shared deeply personal information, clearly unaware they were being recorded. "We'll look into it," Detective Weber said, her expression carefully neutral, but without Mr. Hale or a victim coming forward. 3 days later, Emily was released from the hospital. That evening, Emma visited her at Rebecca's house. Emily sat on the porch swing, wrapped in a blanket despite the mild September weather. "I found something at school," Emma said carefully, "in Mr. Hale's classroom." Emily's eyes remained fixed on the darkening street. Room 237. "Yes. What did you find?" Emily's voice was flat, emotionless. "Names on the ceiling, recordings, a journal." Emily nodded slowly. He called it his research. Said he was studying adolescent psychology for a book. He made us feel special, chosen. He'd invite certain students to help after school, listening to these recordings, analyzing what people said. Her fingers twisted the edge of the blanket, until you realized you were on the recordings too. Emma waited, giving her nice space to continue. He knew everything about everyone, used it to control situations, relationships. If someone got too close to figuring it out, he'd use their secrets against them. Emily finally looked at Emma. "I found the ceiling last year. He caught me looking. Said if I told anyone, he'd release the recording of me talking about Dad's drinking problem, about the time I shoplifted, about everything." A car passed by, its headlights briefly illuminating tears on Emily's face. "What happened that made you?" Emma couldn't finish the question. "He disappeared, just gone, but I know he's still listening somehow, still watching." Emily closed her eyes. "I keep hearing his voice. All voices matter in this room. It wasn't just a classroom motto. It was a reminder he was collecting us, our voices, our secrets." The investigation progressed slowly. Police found that Lawrence Hale had indeed published several papers on adolescent psychology using anonymized data from his decades of teaching. His current whereabouts remained unknown. The blood stain matched no known missing persons. Former students, when questioned, either defended him passionately or refused to speak at all. Room 237 was closed off, scheduled for renovation. Emma was reassigned to other areas of the school, but sometimes, walking past that sealed door, she would hear a soft electronic hum, like a device still running, still recording. In December, Emily received a holiday card with no return address. Inside was a blank page with just one word, written in a neat spiral: listen. Detective Weber added it to the case file. "We're still looking," she assured Emma and Rebecca. "These things take time." Meanwhile, in a small apartment in Cincinnati, 60 miles away, a man who now called himself Lawrence Hayes set up recording equipment in his spare bedroom. He arranged psychology books on shelves, positioned a comfortable chair in the center, and began volunteering at the local high school. On his ceiling, he carefully penciled the first name. Crime 9, dozens, maybe hundreds, stitched together from fabric labels, most from children's clothing. Every tag had a name, a size, and a date written in marker. When they ran the names, 5 matched active missing persons cases. The others, no record of them ever existing. Detective Elaine Mercer had been with the Oak Ridge County Sheriff's Department for 17 years. In a town of just under 12,000 people, she'd seen her share of domestic disputes, petty thefts, and the occasional drug bust, but nothing like this. Nothing that made her stomach turn quite the same way. The call had come in on a Tuesday morning in late October. A realtor showing a property that had been abandoned for nearly 2 years. The house itself was unremarkable, a small 3-bedroom ranch on Whispering Pine Road, set back from the street and partially obscured by overgrown rhododendrons. The former owner, an elderly man named Arthur Kellerman, had passed away with no known relatives. The bank had finally reclaimed the property. I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped inside, the realtor, Diane Preston, later told Detective Mercer. There was this smell, not like decomposition, more like chemicals, bleach maybe, too clean. And the windows in the living room, they were covered with these strange curtains that didn't match anything else in the house. The curtains hung heavy and uneven, clearly handmade. They appeared to be a patchwork of small white and off-white rectangles, meticulously sewn together. It wasn't until Preston moved closer that she realized what they were: clothing tags, hundreds of them, each bearing handwritten information. Amelia 6/10/1719, Daniel 8/20320, Sophie 4/5/30/21. The date spanned nearly 15 years. When officers arrived, they immediately secured the scene. Detective Mercer was called in when they discovered a second set of curtains in the basement and a third in what appeared to be a small, windowless room that had been constructed behind a false wall in the garage. The room in the garage is what truly disturbed me, Mercer would later confess to her husband. It had been soundproofed. There was a small cot, a sink, and drawings on the walls, children's drawings, some happy scenes, others not so much. Arthur Kellerman had lived in Oak Ridge County for over 30 years. His neighbors described him as quiet, polite, somewhat reclusive, but never threatening. He drove a school bus for the county for 22 years before retiring in 2017. Few people had ever been inside his home. He kept to himself, but he wasn't unfriendly, said Margaret Wellen, who lived 3 houses down. Every Christmas, he'd leave small gifts on our porch for my grandchildren when they visited. usually handmade wooden toys, beautiful craftsmanship. Detective Mercer began the painstaking process of documenting each tag. There were 173 in total. The department ran the names against missing persons databases and found 5 matches. Amelia Sutton reported missing from a playground in Cedarville, 40 miles away, on October 17, 2019. Daniel Hoffman, who vanished while walking home from school in Oak Ridge on February 3, 2020. Sophie Chen, last seen playing in her front yard in Millfield on May 30, 2021. Jackson Wells, who disappeared from a county fair in Riverton on August 12, 2018. Lily Adams reported missing from her bedroom on the morning of April 5, 2015. The other 168 names yielded no matches in any database, no missing persons reports, no birth records, no school registrations, no evidence these children had ever existed at all. "That's what keeps me up at night," Mercer said during a briefing with her team. What if these were children who wouldn't be missed? Children from troubled homes, or passing through the foster system, or homeless. The investigation expanded. Officers searched the house inch by inch, removing floorboards, opening walls, digging up the yard. They found no human remains, but they did discover several more disturbing items. A collection of small shoes, neatly arranged by size in the attic. A box of children's toothbrushes, each labeled with a name and date, and perhaps most disturbingly, a journal. The journal was found behind a loose brick in the basement. Its pages contained detailed observations of children, their routines, their habits, their vulnerabilities. Kellerman had been watching them, sometimes for weeks before the dates written on the tags. He noted which children walked home alone, which ones played unsupervised, which ones seemed lonely or troubled. One entry reads, "Sophie likes to chase butterflies. She follows them regardless of direction. Today she followed one all the way to the edge of the woods. No one called her back." Forensic teams scoured the house for DNA evidence, for blood traces, for anything that might indicate what had happened to these children. The chemical smell the realtor had noticed seemed to be the result of extensive cleaning with industrial-strength products. Whatever had happened there, Kellerman had been careful to remove physical evidence. Detective Mercer interviewed former colleagues, neighbors, anyone who might have known Arthur Kellerman. They built a timeline of his life, his movements. They discovered that his school bus routes had changed multiple times over the years, covering nearly every neighborhood in the county. They found that he had volunteered at community events, particularly those involving children, county fairs, public library readings, school carnivals. He positioned himself where he could observe without raising suspicion, Mercer noted in her case files. He was hiding in plain sight all those years. As weeks passed, the investigation hit roadblock after roadblock. Without bodies, without concrete evidence of what had happened to the children, prosecutors worried about building a case. And Arthur Kellerman himself was beyond earthly justice, having died of natural causes, a heart attack at the age of 72. For the families of the 5 identified missing children, the discovery brought a complex mix of emotions. Relief at finally having some answers, horror at the implications, and continued anguish at not knowing exactly what had happened to their children or where they might be now. "We still don't have closure," said Marie Sutton, Amelia's mother, during a community meeting held 6 months after the discovery. "We still don't know if she's out there somewhere, if she's alive." The case of the clothing tag curtains, as it came to be known locally, continued to haunt Oak Ridge County. Some residents moved away, unable to reconcile with the fact that such darkness had existed in their community undetected for so long. Others became hypervigilant, forming neighborhood watch groups and instituting buddy systems for children. Detective Mercer never fully moved on from the case. Even after it was officially classified as inactive due to lack of new evidence, she kept a copy of the files at home. On quiet evenings, she would spread out the photographs of the curtains, studying the names and dates, wondering about the 168 children who seemed to have vanished without a trace from the world's memory. 1 year after the discovery, an anonymous tip led to a storage unit rented under Kellerman's name in a neighboring county. Inside, they found boxes of children's belongings, toys, clothing, school papers. Each box was labeled with a name and date matching one of the tags, but whatever secrets Arthur Kellerman had taken to his grave remained there. The children themselves were never found. Sometimes on nights when sleep wouldn't come, Detective Mercer would think about those curtains, those meticulous, horrifying curtains, hanging in that ordinary house on Whispering Pine Road. She would think about how many times she must have driven past that house, never knowing what was happening inside. She would think about Arthur Kellerman, driving his yellow school bus filled with children, day after day, year after year. And she would wonder about the names that matched no records, the children who, according to every database and registry, had never existed at all. The children no one was looking for, the children no one missed. The case remains officially unsolved. The house on Whispering Pine Road was eventually demolished, the land turned into a small memorial garden. The curtains and other evidence remain in storage at the Oak Ridge County Sheriff's Department. And somewhere, perhaps, there are parents who lost children so completely that the world doesn't even know they're missing. Parents who never knew that their child's clothing tag had become part of Arthur Kellerman's macabre collection, stitched together with dozens of others into curtains that kept the light out and the secrets in. Story 10. The old house sat silent for years, its secrets buried deep within its walls. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, leaving behind a void that echoed through the empty rooms. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a mystery shrouded in dust and shadows. A bedroom locked from the inside beckoned them to unravel its enigmatic tale. With a creak and a crack, the door yielded, revealing a scene frozen in time. The bed neatly made, the mirror devoid of blemish. A single candle stood as a sentinel, its melted wax a testament to time slipping away like forgotten memories. Amidst the stillness, a notebook lay open, its pages whispering of a life interrupted. Detective Morgan, with quiet determination, delved into the words penned by Elise Winters, a name lost to the winds of uncertainty. Her elegant script danced across the paper, each stroke a clue leading deeper into the labyrinth of her disappearance. The narrative unfolded with each turn of the page, painting a portrait of a woman on the brink of revelation. Elise's words, etched with urgency, foretold of a watchful presence lurking in the shadows, a sense of impending danger that lingered in the stale air of the room. As the investigation unfolded, a tapestry of deceit unfurled before their eyes. Elise, a paralegal entangled in a web of corporate intrigue, had stumbled upon a truth too dangerous to ignore. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a conspiracy that reached far beyond the confines of the empty room. Forensic experts sifted through the remnants of Elise's existence, searching for traces of the truth she had sought to expose. Hidden compartments and secret passages whispered of a reality tainted by greed and deception, where powerful men conspired to hide their sins behind a veil of silence. In the depths of the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged, a key, a flash drive, a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the heart of the conspiracy. The digital echoes of conversations long silenced echoed through the room, resonating with the weight of justice waiting to be served. Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and malice, stood at the center of the storm, his facade crumbling in the face of undeniable evidence. The walls of his deceit crumbled, revealing the darkness that had consumed Elise in her final moments. Through the lens of a hidden camera, the truth unfurled, a chilling dance between predator and prey, culminating in a tragedy that echoed through the empty room. Harriman's lies dissolved like smoke in the wind, leaving behind a void where justice had finally found its mark. The courtroom held its breath as Elise's mother spoke, her words a haunting echo of a life cut short but not forgotten. The house, a silent witness to a tale of courage and sacrifice, stood as a testament to the power of truth in a world cloaked in shadows. And so the house remained empty, its walls holding the echoes of a life lost but not in vain. The light in the upstairs window flickered like a beacon, a reminder of the young woman who had dared to challenge the darkness that lurked within. In the stillness of the night, justice whispered through the empty rooms, a promise kept in the face of insurmountable odds. Story 11. In a quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived for Sarah Miller, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. The aged brass key, unfamiliar yet strangely evocative, refused to unlock any of Sarah's doors. But when placed on her coffee table, the broken grandfather clock chimed a solitary, eerie note. Sarah's report to the authorities set off a chain of events that would unravel a dark and twisted tale. Initially dismissed as a simple mistake, the key soon became the focal point of a chilling criminal investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, found himself drawn into a web of intrigue. Background checks on Sarah revealed no hint of wrongdoing, no red flags in her past. The forensic team found only her fingerprints on the key, the envelope yielding no clues beyond a generic postmark. A breakthrough came when Harmon discovered a matching key pattern in a cold case file. This led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's with a shadowy past. Jenkins, a quiet and unassuming man, had left behind a trail of mystery and darkness. The search for him intensified as the true extent of his crimes came to light. Hidden beneath the floorboards of a remote cabin, investigators found a room filled with brass keys, each representing a victim of Jenkins' twisted desires. The discovery of human remains nearby sent shockwaves through the community, sparking a nationwide manhunt for the elusive keymaster. Fear gripped the neighborhood as the hunt for Jenkins escalated to unprecedented levels. In a final, harrowing confrontation, Jenkins met his end in a desolate tower, leaving behind a journal detailing his atrocities. The journal's chilling final entry addressed Sarah directly, revealing the extent of Jenkins' obsession with her. The subsequent investigation uncovered a staggering 32 victims, bringing closure to families who had long wondered about their missing loved ones. Sarah, forever changed by the horrors that had touched her life, could never return to her home. The grandfather clock's ominous chime was revealed to be a sinister act of surveillance, a cruel reminder of Jenkins' twisted connection to her. The keys found in the evidence locker stood as silent symbols of lives lost and a community shattered by the revelation of evil lurking in plain sight. As researchers delve into Jenkins' writings in search of answers, the legacy of his crimes serves as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a seemingly ordinary facade. The keys, though unable to unlock any physical door, hold within them the key to a devastating truth about the depths of human depravity. and in the quiet of the night, they whisper a tale of horror and resilience, a story that will never be forgotten. Story 12. In a world where mysteries lurk in the shadows of everyday life, a peculiar package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. Unmarked, untraceable, it beckoned to her with its enigmatic presence. The cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, held secrets that whispered of forbidden knowledge. Sarah hesitated, knowing it wasn't meant for her, yet her curiosity danced on the edge of reason. With a gentle tug, she unsealed the mystery within, expecting mundane contents. Instead, a VHS tape lay nestled inside, accompanied by a single cryptic note that simply said, "Watch alone." The weight of the tape felt heavier than mere plastic, as if it carried the burden of untold truths. Sarah's fingers traced the worn edges, feeling the pulse of urgency ingrained in every crease. Around her, the symphony of suburban life played on the distant barks of a dog, the laughter of children, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower, oblivious to the clandestine delivery that had just crossed her threshold. Bringing the enigmatic package into her home, Sarah hesitated, her mind swirling with questions. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, was a stranger to her, a name that held no place in her world. Yet a magnetic pull drew her towards the ancient relic of a VCR, a portal to the unknown. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape, and the screen crackled to life with static, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized on the screen, casting shadows that whispered of secrets long concealed. A man, Daniel Whitaker, emerged from the darkness, his voice a steady murmur of defiance against looming shadows. He professed his innocence, his words laced with desperation and a plea for understanding. The room around him spoke of transience, of a life lived on the fringes of society, ready to vanish at a moment's notice. As Sarah delved deeper into the tape's revelations, Detective Eliza Ramirez embarked on her own journey of unraveling the tangled web of deceit. The case of Catherine Walsh's murder, once seemingly straightforward, now bore the marks of a conspiracy veiled in darkness. The discovery of whistleblower documents against PharmaCorp, a behemoth of corruption, twisted the narrative into a labyrinth of lies and half-truths. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Sarah received a second package, a trove of incriminating evidence that laid bare the sins of the powerful. With each revelation, the shadows of doubt crept closer, blurring the lines between justice and manipulation. Through a maze of deceit, Daniel Whitaker's voice echoed from the tapes, leading Sarah and Detective Ramirez to the heart of the conspiracy. In a storage unit, the truth lay waiting, buried beneath layers of deception. Justice, elusive yet relentless, finally dawned as the perpetrators were unmasked, their empire of lies crumbling in the face of irrefutable evidence. As Daniel emerged from the shadows of suspicion, Sarah stood witness to the fragile balance between truth and deception. Their brief encounter on her porch spoke volumes, echoing the silent understanding that sometimes the wrong address can lead to the right destination. The VHS tapes, artifacts of a clandestine journey, stood as testaments to the power of curiosity and the resilience of truth. In the quiet moments of reflection, Sarah and Daniel found solace in the knowledge that justice, though elusive, could still find its way through the cracks of a world shrouded in darkness. In the end, as the tapes were catalogued into evidence, a whispered truth lingered in the air, a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected packages bear the weight of redemption, waiting for those brave enough to unveil their secrets. Story 13. The Enigmatic Coffee Shop. The quaint coffee shop had been a sanctuary for him, a place of familiar routines shrouded in silence. For years he occupied the same table, ordering his usual black coffee with no sugar, The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to make his customary appearance. When the police investigated his absence, they stumbled upon a wallet left behind at his usual spot. Inside, a driver's license bore a photo of him, yet the space reserved for his identity was eerily blank. No name, no address, just emptiness where his essence should have been. Upon scrutinizing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer found herself immersed in a perplexing mystery. The enigmatic man, now labeled John Doe in official records, seemed unremarkable on camera, average in height, nondescript in appearance, clad in a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. His disappearance defied all logic, for he had walked in, taken a seat, and then simply vanished without a trace. As Mercer studied the footage once more, she noticed the sequence of events. John entered during the bustling morning rush, ordered his black coffee, and settled at a secluded corner table partially obscured by a decorative plant. Engrossed in his notebook, he would intermittently sip his drink and gaze out of the window. The pivotal moment arrived when he placed his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned, never exited through any doorway. He faded into oblivion, leaving behind a bewildering enigma. Intrigued, Mercer instructed the tech specialist to scrutinize the bathroom footage, only to discover a chilling revelation: John had never set foot in any restroom. It was as though he had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind a baffling void. Back at the station, Mercer meticulously laid out the wallet's contents on her desk. The driver's license matched the enigmatic man in the photo, but the absence of personal details was disconcerting. Credit cards devoid of names, only numerical sequences leading to phantom accounts, neatly arranged cash, a recent coffee shop receipt, and a solitary business card with a faintly printed phone number were among the puzzling items. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered eerie silence, punctuated by faint sounds akin to rustling paper or shuffling pages. The call abruptly terminated after a brief period, leaving her with more questions than answers. The barista, a longtime acquaintance of John, shared scant details. He was a man of few words, always courteous and generous. There might have been a hint of an accent, but his voice was so soft it was difficult to discern. Further inquiries revealed that John never engaged in conversations or encountered anyone at the coffee shop. He remained a solitary figure, engrossed in his mysterious notebook filled with cryptic codes and sketches of unfamiliar architectural structures. The notebook, alongside the abandoned wallet, perplexed the investigators. Cryptographers struggled to decipher its contents, while the sketches depicted buildings that defied architectural norms. Mercer dispatched officers to scour the neighborhood with John Doe's images, yet no one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description, and his fingerprints yielded no matches in any database. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of the coffee shop, a ghostly presence defying conventional understanding. During her relentless probe, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning, as John entered the shop, a flicker briefly disrupted the time stamp on the camera. Despite the specialist dismissing it as a technical glitch, Mercer sensed a profound significance underlying the phenomenon. Returning to the coffee shop, Mercer positioned herself at John's table, a strategic vantage point affording a view of both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an ancient mirror adorned with intricate symbols reminiscent of those inscribed in John's notebook. Inquisitive, Mercer questioned the shop owner about the mirror's origin. It's been here since before my tenure, a relic that arrived with the building, impossibly heavy, requiring two individuals to relocate it. Intrigued, Mercer scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, detecting a subtle distortion that lent her image an uncanny depth. Upon touching its surface, she anticipated cold glass but encountered an inexplicable warmth, a sensation defying rational explanation. When the forensics team dismantled the mirror, a concealed compartment emerged, harboring a cache of identical wallets containing photo-bearing driver's licenses with blank informational fields. Adjacent to them rested a leather-bound journal chronicling entries spanning decades, inscribed in the same hand as the enigmatic notebook left behind. The final entry ominously proclaimed, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal narrows." Investigations unveiled fingerprints throughout the hidden enclave, all corresponding to John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested antiquity of approximately 50 years, yet the unchanging visage in the photo defied the passage of time. The journal entries alluded to experiments concerning temporal displacement and identity transference, referencing enigmatic notions of return crossings and convergence points. A particular passage captured Mercer's attention. The coffee shop functions as a nexus, a juncture of intersecting realities. The mirror serves as the threshold. When alignment transpires, traversal becomes viable. As the inquiry delved deeper, peculiar occurrences manifested in the coffee shop's vicinity. Patrons reported witnessing autonomous movements in their reflections within the window panes. Some even claimed sightings of John Doe seated at his customary table, though surveillance footage contradicted these assertions. A breakthrough materialized when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a former physicist engaged in clandestine governmental ventures, reached out to the police. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston, an esteemed theoretical physicist who vanished during an experimental undertaking involving quantum mirrors' enigmatic surfaces theorized to facilitate interreality transit. Keller substantiated her claims with documents verifying Weston's demise following a laboratory mishap, aligning with the earliest journal entry discovered behind the mirror. She expounded on Weston's convictions regarding parallel existences coalescing at specific junctures, enabling potential interdimensional crossings. Armed with this newfound revelation, Mercer revisited the coffee shop, unearthing its historical connection to the research facility where Weston had conducted his enigmatic studies. The shop stood atop the laboratory where Weston's enigma commenced a convergence point of diverging realities. The saga reached its zenith when, in solitude late one evening, Mercer discerned a previously overlooked detail within the security footage. Reflected in the mirror lurked a spectral presence, John Doe, or rather Daniel Weston, observing himself seated at the table. Two iterations of the same individual, coexisting within a paradoxical continuum. Rushing to the coffee shop to confront this revelation, Mercer encountered a shattered mirror strewn across the floor. Amidst the fragments lay a final missive inscribed in the familiar hand. The experiment concludes. The passage seals. Do not venture forth. The enigma of the phantom man persisted as an enigma, unsolvable by conventional means. The coffee shop shuttered its doors shortly after the investigation, succumbing to eventual demolition. Weston's remains remained elusive, his journals and diaries vanishing from the evidence repository under inexplicable circumstances. Detective Mercer relinquished her role within the force, retreating to a solitary existence. Observers occasionally glimpsed her on the porch, fervently transcribing in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a fragment of an ancient mirror, its surface occasionally rippling in unseen currents when unobserved, a lingering vestige of an enigma transcending comprehension. Story 14. She stood before the mirror, wiping away the mist that veiled her reflection. Everything seemed ordinary at first glance, her face, her attire. Yet a shadow of unease crept over her as she gazed deeper. There was a flicker in the periphery of her vision, a subtle movement not of her own making. Turning away, she found her reflection lingering, watching her in silence. Thus began the enigmatic case of Rebecca Thorne, shrouded in mystery and whispered about in the hushed corners of a tranquil suburban community. Rebecca inhabited a modest apartment in a serene neighborhood, her solitary existence veiled in routine and precision. Known for her reserved nature and meticulous habits, she navigated life with a quiet grace that belied the turmoil lurking beneath the surface. A data analyst by profession, her days bled into one another, marked by the monotony of spreadsheets and the hum of fluorescent lights. Little did she know that her life was about to spiral into a labyrinth of perplexity and dread, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. The first signs were subtle, easily dismissed as mere quirks of forgetfulness. Objects in her home began to shift inexplicably, a coffee mug on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. Initially brushing off these anomalies as the byproduct of exhaustion, Rebecca soldiered on, unaware of the sinister forces at play. It wasn't until the whispers of her disrupted reality grew deafening that she sought help, reaching out to Detective Marion Shaw, the harbinger of an investigation that would unveil dark truths lurking beneath the surface. Shaw's initial assessment painted a picture of mental distress rather than criminal intent. With no tangible evidence of wrongdoing, no broken locks, no missing items, Rebecca's plight seemed to elude the grasp of conventional law enforcement. Yet the mirror incident shattered the fragile semblance of normalcy, thrusting Rebecca into a realm where reality and illusion intertwined with chilling precision. Describing the eerie episode with vivid clarity, Rebecca unveiled a world where her reflection took on a life of its own, a sinister doppelganger mimicking her every move with eerie accuracy. The revelation of a doppelganger sent ripples of unease through the investigative team, hinting at a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, orchestrating a macabre dance of deception and intrusion. As the investigation deepened, a pattern emerged from the chaos, a meticulous observation of Rebecca's every move, a calculated infiltration of her life during moments of vulnerability. The discovery of a former colleague, Lily Winters, cast a shadow of suspicion over the case, her unsettling obsession with Rebecca unraveling a tapestry of delusion and fixation. A search of Lily's abode unearthed a chilling reality, a shrine dedicated to Rebecca, a grotesque imitation of her existence meticulously crafted in the shadows. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing stolen moments of Rebecca's life, while duplicates of her wardrobe lay in wait, a haunting echo of a life usurped. Lily's descent into madness was laid bare, her insidious plan to erase Rebecca from existence sending shivers down the spines of all involved. Yet as the net closed around Lily, she slipped through their fingers, leaving behind a void of uncertainty and dread. Rebecca, now a ghost in her own life, sought refuge in the shadows, her identity fractured and reshaped by the hands of a malevolent stranger. The echoes of her former self reverberated in the hollow chambers of her new reality, a testament to the fragility of identity and the darkness that lurks within the human soul. And so the case remains unsolved, a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates reality from illusion. Detective Shaw, haunted by the specters of Rebecca and Lily, keeps a silent vigil over their intertwined fates, a silent guardian of secrets buried in the depths of the human psyche. For in the quietest moments of the night, when the world slumbers and dreams weave their tapestries of shadow and light, the echoes of Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters linger on, a whispered tale of identity lost and found in the labyrinth of the mind. Story 15. The aged envelope, its edges tinged with the passage of time, bore a fresh stamp, as if just whisked away by the postal service. With cautious fingers, the detective unfolded the letter within, revealing a single sheet of paper. The message, hastily typed in a jagged script, read, "I am sorry for what I did." A peculiar dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint scent of iron. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed a reddish smear along the bottom edge, a sinister mark that was not of ink but of blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, her gloved hands deftly preserving the evidence, secured the letter in an evidence bag. The forensic team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The bloodstain matched the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been viciously attacked in her own apartment, her body bearing the wounds of a brutal stabbing. The absence of her laptop, the scattered notes strewn about her home, hinted at a connection between the crime and the story she had been diligently pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained cold, a shadow looming over the investigators. Now a mysterious letter addressed simply to the Homicide Division had emerged, shedding a new light on the dormant investigation. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope suggested a careful sender, one who had taken precautions to remain anonymous. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the darkness. Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the walls adorned with the haunting visuals of past crime scenes and fruitless leads. Placing the letter at the heart of their deliberations, she declared, "This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the quest for justice, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a ploy, a calculated move to toy with us," he suggested, his voice laced with skepticism. The forensics team's analysis of the unique typewriter impressions pointed to an outdated model, a relic from a bygone era, uncommon yet not unattainable. The investigators set out to trace the typewriter's origins, reaching out to antique dealers and collectors across the region. As the web of investigation unfurled, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life, uncovering her relentless pursuit of truth and justice. Her investigation into a prominent family embroiled in local politics unveiled a tapestry of deceit and betrayal. The recent demise of the family patriarch had stirred tensions, setting off a chain of events shrouded in secrecy. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled a shift in his demeanor, subtle cracks forming in his facade as the weight of the letter bore down on him. Rebecca feared she was being followed, he confessed, a tinge of regret coloring his words. "I dismissed her concerns, believing them to be paranoia fueled by her work. I should have listened." While the team pursued this lead, a second letter materialized, bearing the same cryptic message and the telltale mark of blood. The narrative woven in the new letter pointed towards a deeper conspiracy, implicating the family in Rebecca's untimely demise. A visit to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch unearthed a startling revelation. The eldest son, Richard, possessed a collection of vintage typewriters, including the one used for the letters. His polished alibi crumbled under scrutiny, leading the investigators closer to the heart of the mystery. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linking them to custom stationery exclusively used by the youngest daughter, Eleanor. A trail of deceit and betrayal unraveled as Eleanor disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery, a seemingly innocuous act that wove a web of guilt and complicity. A search of Richard's residence exposed a hidden chamber, a layer of incriminating evidence linking him to Rebecca's murder. The blood analysis sealed his fate, connecting him irrevocably to the heinous crime. Unexpectedly, the investigation unraveled a sinister alliance between Richard and Michael, a collusion fueled by greed and desperation. Financial transactions hinted at a dark pact, a bargain struck in the shadows to silence Rebecca's probing inquiries. Confronted with the damning evidence, Michael's facade crumbled, his words echoing with remorse and regret. "I never intended for her to die," he confessed, the weight of his betrayal heavy upon him. The final thread in the tapestry of deceit came in the form of a clandestine recording, capturing Richard's chilling directive to silence Rebecca permanently. As the truth unfurled in the courtroom, Richard's protests of innocence rang hollow, his carefully constructed facade crumbling under the weight of irrefutable evidence. The jury's swift deliberation culminated in a verdict of guilt, sealing Richard's fate as justice prevailed. Approaching Rebecca's grieving parents with a solemn resolve, Detective Morgan offered a measure of closure, a balm to their shattered hearts. The blood-stained letters, now relegated to evidence storage, bore witness to the intricate dance of deception and justice, a testament to the fragility of the human conscience. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a beacon in the realm of detective work, a stark reminder that even the most meticulously orchestrated crimes leave traces, and that the burden of guilt, whether genuine or contrived, can unravel even the most elaborate schemes. The lull of justice, like a soothing melody, embraced the weary souls touched by the darkness of the past, guiding them towards the solace of a new dawn. Story 16. The old Polaroid, a relic of bygone days, captured a scene from a birthday lost to memory. Smiles and flickering candles adorned the snapshot, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of aged photos, she noticed it. A presence lurking in the background, just beyond the group. A man shrouded in darkness, lingering just outside the candlelight's glow. He did not belong to the family. No one recalled his presence, and yet with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her mother's attic following the funeral. A simple cardboard box marked Memories held a treasure trove of faded photographs capturing family gatherings from her youth. What should have been a source of comfort turned into the catalyst for a harrowing ordeal. In the initial photo, he was a mere outline, a figure at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday celebration. The mysterious silhouette stood by the glass door, features obscured, observing. In the subsequent snapshot, taken moments later, he had crossed the threshold. By the 3rd photo, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by any in the frame. Trembling, Sarah phoned her father, her voice quivering as she recounted her discovery. "Dad, who is this man appearing in the background of all these pictures?" A pregnant silence followed her inquiry, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone besides family." Determined to unravel the mystery, Sarah captured digital images of the Polaroids and dispatched them to her father. His subsequent call revealed a rare tremor in his voice. "This can't be. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed sat attentively as Sarah laid out the photos on his precinct desk. Rain drummed against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the evidence. With weathered hands, the detective methodically scrutinized each photo, his gaze narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice measured yet intrigued. No one, Sarah affirmed, but observed the progression. She arranged the photos chronologically. Leaning in, the detective observed the sequence. What initially seemed like paranoia took on a chilling clarity before his eyes. The mysterious figure advanced purposefully through the gatherings, inching closer to the children. In the final photo, he loomed directly behind Sarah's childhood self, a pale hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. The photographer, Reed mused, though doubt tinged his tone. My mother took all these. She set the timer and joined the group in each frame. Making duplicates and initiating a case file, the detective swiftly contacted all surviving attendees of the party. None recognized the man, and no outsiders had been present. The secluded property had been chosen for privacy, with no hired staff or unexpected visitors. Facial recognition software proved futile. The figure remained strategically obscured in every shot, as if attuned to the camera's gaze. Yet his posture exuded a sense of rehearsed intent. The investigation might have hit a dead end had Sarah not unearthed additional photos in other family albums. Various gatherings, different years, yet the same enigmatic figure lingered in the background, perpetually unnoticed in the moment. A tech specialist enhanced the images, revealing obscure details under the harsh digital light: a scar on the wrist, a distinct ring, and a faint reflection in a window that unveiled facial features previously shrouded in shadow. A breakthrough emerged from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being linked to 3 unsolved child abductions spanning the region. Cases long gone cold, coinciding with the dates of the documented gatherings. Records indicated Keller had been employed by the company responsible for maintaining the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place. He possessed master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity, locations where families had congregated and children had subsequently gone missing. Upon excavating Keller's former residence, authorities uncovered buried artifacts beneath the concrete. A hairpin matching a missing girl's description, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy from a family reunion, and a bracelet Sarah recognized as her own, presumed lost in her childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos, Sarah reflected on the horrors unveiled by her discoveries. The detective's earlier call confirmed the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties. DNA testing verified the remains as belonging to one of the missing children. Gazing at the final birthday photo, the warm candlelight illuminating her family's joyous faces, Sarah's younger self was overshadowed by the lurking figure and unseen presence, patient and calculating. The revelation intertwined unsolved mysteries spanning decades, providing closure for affected families, albeit not in the manner they had hoped for. The shadow in the family photos had been brought to light, his hidden malevolence finally exposed after years of clandestine existence. Sarah carefully returned the photos to their box. They now stood as evidence, a testament to the truth that some of the gravest threats can be captured on film, imperceptible to the naked eye. Phantom figures traversing celebrations unseen, leaving faint traces of their passage through frozen moments in time. Story 17. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten relic of the previous inhabitants of the house. Within its depths were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, harmless snapshots until she reached the final one. It depicted her very own living room with familiar furniture and decor, yet the family captured in the image was unknown to her. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood watching. Rebecca shivered as she gazed at the photograph, her fingers trembling slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to quiver. The family in the picture, a woman with golden locks, a man with thick spectacles, and two children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the presence looming behind them, their smiles frozen in time while danger loomed close by. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her, the emptiness suffocating her. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, noting the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers within the picture. The archway, the molding, the bay window all mirrored in eerie detail. This was her sanctuary, yet these faces were foreign. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His eyes, deep and perceptive, scanned the Polaroid with a practiced gaze. Tracing a gloved finger along its edge, he turned it over to find a blank back. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled low. "Very little," Rebecca confessed. "They had moved out of state before I bought the house." Taking the photograph with him, Morgan delved into the mystery. The Nelsons had bought the house from the Crawfords, who had resided there for 7 years before vanishing. Prior to them, the Mornos had inhabited the property for almost a decade. The detective unraveled the threads of the past, interviewing neighbors and scouring records to piece together a timeline of occupants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. They lived there briefly before disappearing without a trace, he stated definitively. Mail left uncollected, a sudden exodus, no breadcrumbs to follow. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid back 15 years, revealing telltale signs of manipulation. The technician pointed out the meticulous arrangement of the subjects, indicating the use of a timer. But who was the enigmatic figure in the hallway? Tall, male, cloaked in darkness, he watched with an intensity that sent shivers down spines. A pattern emerged under Morgan's scrutiny. Families had come and gone from the house, each departing after precisely 1 year of residence. The Sutherlands were just one chapter in a chilling saga of disappearances. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. Delving into historical records, the detective unearthed the troubled past of the property. Built by a renowned architect, the project had been marred by the vanishing of the original manager, replaced by Samuel Whitfield. A single photograph of Whitfield, digitally aged, bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the Polaroid. The basement beckoned, its secrets buried beneath layers of concrete. As the jackhammers tore through the floor, a putrid odor wafted up, heralding the discovery of the missing families preserved in a macabre tableau. Among their belongings lay a camera, capturing the haunting images found in the attic. The house was cordoned off, a scene of unspeakable horror. Rebecca relocated to a hotel, guarded by the police, as the investigation unraveled the sinister truth. A hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a chilling den, complete with a cot, camera equipment, and a journal documenting the lives of the unsuspecting families. The final entry, dated days prior, hinted at an ominous intent to hasten his plans. In the dead of night, Rebecca's slumber was shattered by a ringing phone, a breathy presence on the line, followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid capturing her fear. The enigma persisted, shrouding the house in darkness and the elusive figure of Samuel Whitfield. Some believe him long deceased, while others insist he haunts new dwellings, new identities. And in the shadows, photographs develop a silent testament to unseen watchers. The truth seekers are now the observed, ensnared in a web of mystery that eludes resolution. Story 18. In the hushed stillness of the night, a faint echo vibrated through the air, a mere pocket dial, a whisper lost in the static and muffled sounds. The operator, initially dismissive, hesitated as a voice sliced through the interference. A woman, her words urgent and trembling, gasped, "He's here." Then an ominous silence descended, swallowing her plea whole. The trail led to an ancient house, its once vibrant walls now cloaked in abandonment, untouched by life for countless years. No signs of forced entry marred the facade, no disturbances disturbed the eerie quiet within. And yet amid the layers of dust that blanketed the forgotten kitchen, a solitary phone perched on the counter, its screen casting an ethereal glow. A call had been placed mere moments ago, a call from beyond the realm of the living. Detective Morgan Reed, her brow furrowed with perplexity, pressed the playback button repeatedly, as if seeking answers in the haunting whisper that lingered in the air, desperate, terrified, and unfathomable. The property, a relic of the past, had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled following a devastating fire that devoured the west wing of their home. Since their departure, the house stood as a mausoleum of memories, untouched by human hands. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh, her voice a murmur in the dimly lit room. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, deceased for 3 long years now, lost in a tragic accident." Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag that cradled the enigmatic phone. The pieces of this enigma refused to align. A spectral call from a departed soul, an abandoned house concealing untold secrets. The forensic team scoured the scene, their efforts yielding only whispers of the unknown. The phone bore no fingerprints save for elusive smudges that defied identification. No footprints marred the dust-laden floors, no traces of intrusion tainted the sealed windows and locked doors. The puzzle remained unsolved, its pieces scattered in the winds of uncertainty. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static, of hushed breaths and 5 haunting words, became the lodestar of their investigation. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. The voice matched that of Catherine Sullivan, her spectral presence lingering in the echoes of time with eerie certainty. The timestamp, a cruel reminder of fate's cruel hand, pinpointed the call to the very moment of Catherine's untimely demise 3 years prior. Morgan and Walsh delved into the shadows of Catherine's past, their inquiries unearthing a tapestry of shattered lives and buried secrets. Her father, now remarried, bore the weight of confusion in his gaze. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled beneath the weight of memories resurfaced. "That's my Katie," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the tapestry of grief. "She sounds so scared." Mark Jennings, Catherine's former beau, stood at the nexus of suspicion, his alibi a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. His whereabouts on the night of the spectral call were corroborated by witnesses and surveillance footage, his innocence a flickering flame in the gathering storm of accusation. And yet the shadows of doubt lingered, casting a pall over the enigma that defied reason. The investigation languished in uncertainty until a tremulous call shattered the silence, a call from Catherine's mother, her voice trembling with revelation. "I found something in her belongings," she whispered, her words a harbinger of buried truths. "Katie kept a journal, the final entry. You must see it." Within the weathered pages of Catherine's journal lay a narrative of love turned sinister, of shadows that crept into the sanctum of her heart. The final entry, etched in ink heavy with despair, bore witness to a soul in torment. "He discovered my plans to flee. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, know it was no accident." Morgan, her gaze steely with determination, confronted Mark once more, his facade crumbling beneath the weight of accusation. "You believe I harmed Katie because of her words," he retorted, his voice laced with defiance, "circumstantial at best. The accident report places you at the scene before emergency services," Morgan countered, her tone a blade honed in the fires of justice. "How do you explain that?" I was concerned for her well-being, Mark faltered, the mask of composure slipping to reveal the shadows that lurked beneath. An expedition to the site of Catherine's tragic demise unearthed a chilling revelation: a buried phone, silent witness to a crime long obscured by deception and deceit. Forensic scrutiny of the unearthed device unveiled a damning truth: deleted messages that spoke of a sinister pursuit, of a love twisted into malice, of a soul teetering on the brink of oblivion. The medical examiner, revisiting the specter of Catherine's untimely passing, uncovered a grisly truth hidden in plain sight. The injuries borne by her fragile form bore the imprint of malevolence, of a violence that transcended the confines of mere happenstance. The shadows of doubt coalesced into a damning verdict against Mark, the orchestrator of a tragedy that defied comprehension. As the wheels of justice turned, Mark's facade of innocence crumbled, revealing the darkness that lurked within. His lair, a shrine to Catherine's memory, bore witness to a madness that defied reason, a tapestry of obsession woven in the threads of delusion and despair. The truth, a beacon in the night, shone bright against the gathering storm of deceit. The jury, swayed by the weight of evidence, delivered a swift judgment: guilty of first-degree murder, a sentence befitting the gravity of his crimes. And as the echoes of justice reverberated through the courtroom, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a talisman against the shadows that loomed on the horizon. In the aftermath of the trial, the phone from the abandoned house found its resting place in the evidence locker, a silent sentinel to the spectral whispers that once haunted its halls. And though its battery lay dormant, officers swore they heard it ring in the dead of night, a phantom call from beyond the veil. Catherine's story, a tale of tragedy and triumph, of voices silenced and truths unearthed, lingered in the hearts of those who had witnessed its unfolding. And in the quiet moments of reflection, they found solace in the knowledge that even in the darkest of nights, a voice, a whisper, could break through the shadows, illuminating the path to justice and redemption. Story 19. Renovations always lead to uncovering peculiar things, remnants of the past waiting to be rediscovered. Among old newspapers, shattered trinkets, and faded photographs, a couple stumbled upon a hidden treasure while pulling up the floorboards of their new Victorian-era home. Nestled beneath the aged wood, they found a letter meticulously folded, its paper fragile, its ink a whisper of bygone words. The message etched on it was stark and haunting: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the couple could process the weight of those words, a series of sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael, enamored by the home's intricate moldings and storied past, never anticipated that their renovation project would unearth such disquieting secrets. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with an eye for the enigmatic, arrived at the scene with her partner. The floorboards lay askew, revealing a dark void beneath. With hands weathered by years of handling evidence, she delicately retrieved the note, mindful of preserving any potential clues. The couple had already touched it, an inevitable breach of evidence integrity. As Reed listened to Sarah and Michael recount the chilling knocking sound, she sensed the genuine fear emanating from them. Background checks yielded nothing suspicious about the couple, just newlyweds with good credit and stable jobs. However, the house harbored a labyrinthine history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for generations, it stood vacant for 2 years after the passing of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived a solitary existence. Neighbors remembered her as reclusive yet amiable, with no known enemies, and her death attributed to natural causes. Despite the seemingly straightforward narrative, an unsettling aura lingered. Forensic analysis dated the note back 2 decades, its script bearing traces of distress and urgency. Margaret, in her 60s at the time, lived with her late husband, Franklin, whose woodworking legacy lingered in the house in the form of handcrafted furniture. Reed delved deeper into the past, unearthing fragments of the Hargroves' lives from county records and conversations with former acquaintances. Franklin, once a revered teacher with a penchant for woodworking, was described as kind but troubled in his twilight years. A former student recalled his descent into paranoia, hinting at a lurking presence that haunted his final days. The pivotal moment arrived during Reed's interview with Margaret's sister, now in a nursing home, whose fading memory held onto crucial fragments. In a hushed tone, she revealed Margaret's fear of a mysterious figure known as the Collector, distinct from Franklin. A shadowy figure associated with Franklin's gambling debts, this collector's ominous 3 knocks at the door had instilled dread in Margaret's heart. The revelation propelled Reed and her team back to the house, where a meticulous search of the crawlspace unearthed a grim discovery: a male skeleton, bearing signs of violence, buried beneath the foundation. Dental records ruled out Franklin as the victim. This was a man who had vanished without a trace, identified as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and gambling ring enforcer. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with the aid of Margaret's hidden diaries, chronicling the harrowing truth. Franklin's spiraling debts, coupled with the collector's menacing presence, had culminated in a fatal confrontation that transformed the workshop into a crime scene and the crawlspace into a clandestine grave. Margaret's complicity stemmed not from malice, but from a harrowing mix of fear and loyalty. With the case closed and justice belatedly served, Sarah and Michael made the decision to part ways with the house, unable to reconcile its haunting past. The once bustling home now stood vacant, its renovation frozen in time. Local whispers spoke of spectral echoes in the night, 3 distinct knocks that pierced the silence, their origin a mystery shrouded in the house's history. The ominous note, now a relic stored in evidence, bore a chilling admonition: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Margaret's cryptic warning lingered, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. Some mysteries, as Detective Reed reflected in her final report, defy resolution, their truths obscured by the passage of time and the shadows of the past. Story 20. The hotel appeared shabby, a relic of a bygone era, a place where transient souls sought respite for a single night. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue sparked within her. That night, traversing the dimly illuminated corridor, she halted in front of it. The doorknob sent a chill through her hand. Superficially identical to the others, the door revealed its secrets only when she pressed her ear against its surface. A faint, rhythmic breath emanated from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, slipping beneath the yellow tape marking the entrance to the crime scene. The acrid scent assaulted her senses, first metallic, tangy, unmistakably the essence of blood. Stains marred the threadbare carpet, rendering its pattern almost black. The room bore a stark duality: an immaculate bathroom, an untouched bed, and the grim tableau in between. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant gaze met the ceiling, frozen in a silent scream of surprise or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers dotting the scene. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic specialist, his tone devoid of emotion as he documented the scene. "Same modus operandi as before." Reed nodded solemnly. The victim adorned herself in finery unsuited to the desolate motel surroundings. A designer handbag lay open on the nightstand, contents untouched. This was no robbery. A different motivation drove this ruthless act. The hotel manager lingered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion pallid. She checked in alone, paid in cash I never imagined. His voice faltered. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed surveyed the room once more. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant or been acquainted with them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned photographs to the board. 3 women resembling each other, discovered in rundown motels. Speculations of a serial assailant circulated. The autopsy results are in, announced Detective Hayes, placing a file on Reed's desk. Death by manual strangulation. No DNA under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault. Reed furrowed her brow. This was a crime driven by personal vendetta, not random predation. Days blurred as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage from the motel revealed nothing of significance. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no known enemies. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise, and unlikely guest in such a place. A breakthrough occurred during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace. The sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup. She was secretive about it, hinted that he was complicated. Married, perhaps. Reed leaned forward. Did she mention a name? Just C, the sister replied. That's all she said. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues portrayed her as reserved, dedicated. None were privy to any personal relationships. Yet a business card tucked in her desk calendar unveiled Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson maintained a composed demeanor during questioning, cooperative, concerned, distanced. His alibi, a dinner with his spouse and friends, seemed airtight. Nonetheless, a flicker in his gaze unsettled Reed. Did you socialize with Elaine Werner outside of work? She inquired casually. A fleeting expression crossed Emerson's face, purely professional. Forensic analysis eventually linked partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. Confronted, he confessed, "We were involved, but I ended it. She threatened to expose me to my wife." Sufficient reason to end her life, Reed probed. Emerson's fade cracked. "I never visited that motel." Contrary evidence surfaced. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room, paid with a corporate card linked to his firm. A hidden camera in the neighboring room, fibers from Emerson's suit on the victim, his DNA on a water glass, all damning proof. Further investigation of his computer unveiled recordings of previous victims, each resembling his wife in her youth. He orchestrated meetings at specific motels, always selecting the room beside the last door on the left, prepped with surveillance equipment. After documenting their encounters, he returned to erase the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure crumbled. "They jeopardized everything," he murmured. "My reputation, my marriage, my existence." The trial concluded swiftly, a spectacle in the sterile courtroom. Emerson maintained a stoic facade, devoid of remorse, the same mask he wore in the corporate realm. Sentenced to life imprisonment, he departed under the watchful eyes of Reed, who glimpsed a void in place of empathy behind his gaze. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche, while enthusiasts dissected the details. For Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the secrets concealed behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical hotel keys remained, marked and archived, a tangible reminder that certain doors, once opened, led to irreversible consequences. Story 21. The aging apartment held its secrets, pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered tales of those who had walked upon them. But the new tenant felt a presence beyond the usual settling sounds. The footsteps above echoed with intention, a rhythm too deliberate to belong to the building itself. Strangely, they seemed to come from the top floor where she resided. One night, emboldened by a mix of fear and curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The world fell into silence. A pregnant pause hung in the air before a single knock reverberated back to her from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the eerie incident to herself, attributing it to the quirks of an old building or perhaps some small creature exploring the hidden spaces above. Despite her rationalizations, the nightly footsteps persisted, a haunting cadence dancing above her head in the dark. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a routine repair led to a shocking discovery. A maintenance worker uncovered a concealed crawlspace while fixing a leak near Sarah's unit. Beyond the removed section of drywall lay a narrow passageway that defied the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight, the hidden space revealed remnants of a makeshift living quarters, a chilling tableau of discarded wrappers, bottles, a stained blanket, and a worn notebook. The police were called, and Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, arrived to a trembling maintenance worker who repeated the same unsettling phrase, "Someone's been living in the walls. Someone's been watching." The notebook contained meticulous notes on Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, her interactions, her very essence captured within its pages. The neat handwriting deteriorated into chaotic scribbles and cryptic symbols. The final entry spoke of ignored signals and a chilling declaration of being unseen. Forensic teams delved into the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that matched no known records. A labyrinth of tunnels interconnected various apartments, all leading to observation points, but only one terminated at Sarah's dwelling. Interviews with current residents revealed nothing amiss, but former tenants shared tales of feeling watched and hearing unexplained noises. One had fled after a mere fortnight, their fears silenced by the dread of sounding paranoid. The puzzle began to unravel with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in one of the hidden spaces. DNA testing linked the blood to Martin Weaver, a missing former resident from 4 years prior. He had lived directly below Sarah's apartment. As Detective Morris delved deeper into Martin's disappearance, a pattern emerged. A reclusive man named Edward, who had resided above Martin, had a history of transient living in top-floor units, leaving without a trace after unsettling encounters with neighbors. Further investigation led to a remote cabin owned by Edward, a chilling museum of his twisted obsessions. Photos of unsuspecting residents adorned the walls alongside detailed notes and maps of buildings he had inhabited. The grisly centerpiece was a corkboard displaying missing persons reports, including 6 individuals who had vanished without a trace. The search behind the cabin unearthed a macabre secret, the burial grounds of Edward's victims. As forensic experts worked to identify the remains, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, whispers of phantom noises persisted. During the installation of enhanced security measures, a second notebook was discovered, hinting at a new hiding place. The pages forewarned of an impending visit, urging swift action to save Sarah from Edward's clutches. But when officers rushed to evacuate her, they found her apartment deserted. The eerie stillness enveloped the rooms, punctuated only by the hum of electronics left behind. In the bathroom, a cryptic message materialized on the misty mirror, "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed, a chilling sign of Edward's intrusion. The manhunt for the elusive predator continues, as authorities piece together the extent of his dark legacy. Detective Morris, haunted by the phantom footsteps and the chilling revelations, finds himself gazing up at his own ceiling, pondering the unseen specters that may linger in the shadows. And as night descends, he wonders who else might be listening in the silence of their own homes, waiting for the knock that never comes. Story 22. The gentle current whispered secrets as it lazily flowed that quiet morning, the water reflecting the sky like a mirror. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than discarded old clothes adrift in the water. But as he approached, the pungent odor filled his senses, a heavy, sickly sweetness that couldn't be ignored. The case, wrapped in chains with rusted edges, held a mystery waiting to be unveiled. When the authorities pried it open, the truth within sent shivers down their spines. It wasn't clothes that greeted them, but rather a tangle of dark hair, fingers frozen in a silent plea. And at the very bottom, a chilling message awaited them: this isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer stood by the water's edge, a handkerchief pressed to her nose, taking in the grim scene before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before them, her once vibrant features now dulled by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked diligently, capturing every detail with precision before the body was respectfully taken away. What struck Mercer most was not the brutality of the crime, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. She wasn't just disposed of, Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the rippling water. She was carefully arranged, showcased. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her high-end deals, lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Divorced and childless, she was meticulous in her work and fiercely private. Her sudden disappearance had raised alarm among her colleagues, especially when she missed a crucial showing that could have been a career-defining moment. As investigators delved into Walsh's life, they uncovered a meticulously kept home, almost unnaturally perfect. Every corner of her house exuded a sense of order, furniture impeccably arranged, surfaces gleaming untouched. But it was her home office that held a clue, a journal hidden in a slightly open drawer. The final entry spoke of a lurking presence, of eyes watching from afar. Further exploration into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a disturbing pattern: emails from unknown senders praising her perfection, internet searches for security measures, a sense of unease palpable in her online activity. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, each detail painting a portrait of a calculated stalker, a predator in the shadows. The breakthrough came unexpectedly from a pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's missing emerald necklace. The man who had pawned it, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, became the focus of their investigation. Surveillance footage revealed his frequent visits to Walsh's building, his eerie presence captured in the shadows of the hallways. When Linden's apartment was searched, a chilling revelation awaited the detectives. Walls adorned with secret photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured in moments of vulnerability. Among them, Walsh's image stood out, crossed out with finality. But it was the hidden shrine that revealed the depth of Linden's obsession, a shrine dedicated to his victims, each item a piece of their stolen lives meticulously preserved. In the starkness of the interrogation room, Linden's facade of normalcy cracked ever so slightly. Confronted with the evidence, he spoke of imperfections, of flaws he believed he needed to correct. His calm demeanor belied the horrors he had committed, the lives he had irreversibly altered in his quest for twisted perfection. As the trial unfolded, the families of the victims found closure in Linden's sentencing, a life behind bars, a punishment fitting for his heinous crimes. Yet for Mercer, lingering questions remained unanswered. What darkness had consumed Lyndon, driving him to such depravity? What inner demons had led him down this path of destruction and obsession? The river continued its gentle dance downstream, its waters carrying away the traces of a nightmare now confined to memory. But in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay reminders of the chilling truth that evil can wear a familiar face, that monsters can hide in plain sight, waiting for the moment of revelation for the cracks in the facade to show. And in the depths of ordinary lives behind closed doors, a darkness waits, silent and patient, ready to surface when least expected. Story 23, the apartment sat silent for months before the new tenants arrived. Their expectations were low, just a layer of dust, perhaps a forgotten chair. But one door resisted their efforts to open it, a closet sealed shut from within. When the landlord finally pried it open, they braced for old coats or discarded clutter. Instead, they were met with a chilling sight. The walls bored deep, jagged scratches etched into the wood with frantic desperation. Nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen casting a faint glow from an unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of crime scenes, felt a shiver crawl down her spine at the scene before her. It wasn't the blood or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those scratch marks, a silent cry for help from someone trapped within that confined space, fighting against unseen forces. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently capturing the scratches on camera. "And gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. "A young woman kept to herself, disappeared about 6 months back," he muttered, avoiding eye contact in the ominous closet. "No trouble at all." Forensic analysis revealed multiple blood samples intertwined with the scratch marks on the walls. Most matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after her sudden absence from work. However, 2 other DNA samples emerged. One remained a mystery in the database, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw mused, studying the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, previously declared dead in a fatal car crash, now had his DNA freshly imprinted on the closet walls. Emma's apartment painted a picture of a life abruptly halted: unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed. Phone records unveiled a pattern of regular calls to her sister, abruptly ceasing, alongside numerous calls from an unfamiliar number leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. No name, just descriptions of him being intense and private. Surveillance footage captured Emma entering her building one fateful night, trailed by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, strategically avoiding the cameras. The breakthrough arrived when partial fingerprints matching Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's interior doorknob. He staged his own death, Shaw deduced. But why, and what's his link to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample unraveled another missing person case involving Lynette Porter, who vanished 3 years earlier. Witnesses identified a woman resembling Lynette visiting Emma's apartment multiple times. As Shaw delved deeper, traffic cameras revealed Derek Mercer's mother's vehicle frequenting Emma's residence, with a driver matching Derek's description. The investigation led them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, unveiling a horrifying truth. Behind sturdy basement doors, they discovered Lynette Porter alive but gravely malnourished, confined in conditions reminiscent of Emma's imprisonment. He made me watch, Lynette whispered, her eyes vacant. Said I needed to witness the fate of those who attempted to flee. Concrete evidence emerged, journals detailing Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and chilling videos capturing Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. He thought she would expose us, Mercer's voice echoed in the recordings. No one reveals my secrets. The manhunt for Derek Mercer expanded across jurisdictions, revealing a sinister profile of a man who derived pleasure from inflicting suffering in confined spaces, relishing in the despair of his victims. Upon Mercer's apprehension at a bus terminal, he bore a calm demeanor, almost pleasant. She sent that message herself, he claimed, referring to the phone. She sought someone to uncover her, but she didn't merit salvation. The trial exposed Mercer's elaborate charade of faking his demise, utilizing a homeless man's dental records to assume a new identity. For years, he operated unnoticed, preying on women resembling his initial victim. Emma's body remained undiscovered. Forensic clues suggested she perished within the closet, clawing desperately at walls that offered no escape. The ominous message on the phone stood as her final effort to incriminate her assailant, self-sent from Mercer's phone while he slumbered, knowing the dying battery would preserve it. After a swift deliberation, the jury found Mercer guilty on all counts. As the judge delivered a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, Mercer's faint smile hinted at a twisted satisfaction known only to him. During the trial, Lynette Porter confronted the courtroom. His mind dwells in darkness, hence why he entrapped us in confined spaces. While he decays in his cell, I'll bask in the light. The case prompted a revision of missing persons protocols, emphasizing relationship assessments and thorough property investigations. Detective Shaw retained the closet door from Emma's apartment as a poignant reminder that the most harrowing crime scenes aren't always drenched in blood, but etched with the desperate marks of those fighting for survival. Story 24, the old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned like a tired beast. The pipes rattled in a symphony of echoes. It was all part of the building's ancient chorus, or so they believed, until she heard it, a voice, faint yet unmistakable, drifting through the vents like a ghostly caress. It wasn't the usual background noise of everyday life. It was a whisper, calling her name in the dead of night. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in, pressing her ear against the metal grate. A chill wind brushed her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful utterance. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the empty apartment, a silent sentinel in the midst of a mystery unfolding. Her eyes fixated on the rusted vent cover, a portal to the unknown that had been pried open. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras, freezing moments in time. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until the scent of decay tainted the air. Officer Patel recited from his notes, his voice a somber melody in the stillness of the room. She claimed to hear voices through the vents, he informed Shaw. But the building management dismissed her fears, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, a silent observer of the scratches etched into the metal, marks of desperation clawing from within. The truth whispered to her in the language of the walls. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had left behind a life filled with warmth and light. Her disappearance had sent ripples of fear through those who knew her, leaving a void in the hearts of her students and family. Her sister's voice quivered with grief as she recounted Alina's descent into paranoia, her conviction that unseen eyes watched her every move, their voices echoing through the labyrinth of vents. Shaw's gaze swept across the apartment, piecing together fragments of a life interrupted. The immaculate bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if someone had been waiting, listening. The clues whispered of a presence unseen yet deeply felt. The revelations from the forensics team painted a chilling portrait. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, a puzzle with missing pieces that hinted at a sinister design. But it was the recordings from Alina's phone that sent shivers down Shaw's spine, the spectral voice calling out in the darkness, beckoning her closer. The history of the apartment building revealed a tapestry of shadows woven through time. Previous tenants had fled in haste, haunted by unseen specters that lurked within the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, bore witness to the building's secrets, holding keys to every door, every heart. As Shaw delved deeper into the enigma, a hidden passage in Alina's bathroom unveiled a realm of darkness concealed from prying eyes. A secret network of tunnels snaking through the building's veins, a conduit for whispers and shadows to dance in tandem. Weber's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, his digital diary a testament to his obsession, his violation of boundaries. The storage unit harbored relics of lives interrupted, a macabre collection of memories frozen in time. Shaw's gaze met Weber's unwavering stare, a predator unmasked, a phantom bound by his own delusions. The trial was a theater of shadows, Weber's voice a siren's call luring the unsuspecting into the abyss. But justice prevailed, a beacon of light in the darkness, casting Weber into the depths of his own making. The whispers lingered in the empty corridors of the apartment building, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. Residents came and went, their footsteps fading into the night, leaving behind whispers in the walls, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered within. The apartment building stood as a sentinel of forgotten tales, a monument to the shadows that danced in the corners of the mind. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a lullaby of the past, a requiem for the lost souls who whispered in the night. And as the world fell into slumber, the whispers continued, a legacy of echoes that bound the living to the realm of the unseen. Story 25. The town held its breath, never acknowledging the house at the edge of the woods. It stood in solitude, its windows veiled in darkness, its porch worn down by time's heavy hand. No one laid claim to its ownership. No one could recall who erected its walls. Yet when a group of hikers strayed too near, they beheld a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like cryptic messages. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched, sat a name unfamiliar to all. Until a whisper, shaky and hushed, broke the silence, "That name belongs to me." As night draped the forest in obsidian hues, a call came through. The dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who stumbled upon his own name engraved on the forsaken house. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps the handiwork of mischievous youths, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as shadows danced around her, her flashlight piercing the darkness to reveal the weathered face of the structure. The names 27 in total cascaded vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded into obscurity, nearly blending with the aged wood. Others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still marked by remnants of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his breath materializing in the frigid air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be known." Thus commenced the investigation, delving into the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, while others lingered as open wounds. Yet all shared a chilling commonality. The disappearances occurred while the individuals roamed the woods alone. Forensic analysts meticulously documented each carving, scrutinizing the depths, techniques, and aging imprints. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons file from 37 years ago. The records recounted a young woman who ventured into the very woods and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a babbling brook. Detective Keller probed Mason extensively, his narrative unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking expedition with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. No thread of connection linked him to any other name adorning the wall. The focus of the inquiry shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, supplied snapshots captured during their trek. Upon scrutiny, analysts unearthed a disquieting presence, a blurred figure haunting the backdrop of 3 distinct photographs. The silhouette, resembling a tall, slender man, lingered amidst the trees, always partially concealed. "We encountered no one else on our journey," Emily maintained. "We would have surely remembered." Detective Keller commanded a search of the house's interior. Though the structure appeared forsaken, every surface cloaked in dust, furniture in disarray, a harrowing revelation awaited in the basement. Personal effects belonging to the vanished hikers lay meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name corresponding to the wall outside. Evidence technicians methodically cataloged every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, long-dried bloodstains materialized on the concrete floor, efforts to cleanse the macabre remnants. Although ground-penetrating radar unveiled no buried bodies beneath the house, cadaver dogs incessantly signaled near the densely forested rear of the property. As the inquiry escalated, Detective Keller observed peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He recounted bizarre incidents, whispers echoing outside his abode, fresh snow bearing enigmatic footprints leading to his threshold but not away, shadowy figures lurking on the street. Authorities assigned an officer for his protection, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. The breakthrough arose with the unearthing of buried land records within county archives. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors recounted fleeting encounters with an eerily tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years past, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encompassing forest. The search party unearthed a network of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically placed along frequented trails. Within one blind lay a journal replete with meticulous observations, depictions of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script mirrored that of Victor Blackwood's scant documents, escalating into disturbing accounts. Early entries elucidated hunting methods for wildlife, while later pages delineated humans as prey, their behaviors, vulnerabilities, and the means of their capture. The final pages chronicled the stalking of each victim on the wall, detailing the selection process. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest canopy. Tactical units meticulously combed every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his residence found an unlocked door and vacant rooms. Upon a bedroom wall, a fresh carving proclaimed, "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no trace of Mason. Then, during a secondary search of Blackwood's abode, forensic technicians unearthed a chilling secret. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement lay a small workshop housing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a newly carved wooden fragment bearing a fresh name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. The name struck a chord with Detective Keller. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had processed the house initially. The technician had called in sick that day and remained unreachable. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the house. Cameras surveilled every angle, motion sensors vigilant for any intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights hence, sensors alerted. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and slender, moving with unnatural poise. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly faltered. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into the night. The house endures under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic technician vanished without a trace. The investigation unfolds, with fresh resources allocated as a vanishing surface in other forested domains. The names on the wall have morphed into a grim legend among law enforcement. Some officers shun uttering them aloud, while others steer clear of the case entirely. Local hikers steer clear of the house, apprehensive that even speaking of it might ensnare them in that dreadful list, the names shrouded in silence. Story 26. In the beginning there was just a flicker, a subtle disturbance in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the audio crackled and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, devoid of its precious occupant. The window stood shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its dark, lifeless eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, echoing until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, alarmed by her cries, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of despair. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. The investigation began, but it yielded little in the way of clues. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered. The baby monitor footage showed nothing amiss until that haunting voice disrupted the silence. How could someone infiltrate a locked home, snatch a child, and vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a haunting whisper and a displaced toy? Suspicion fell heavily upon Rebecca. Her husband Daniel was away on business, their strained marriage under scrutiny since Samuel's arrival. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's battle with postpartum depression. Investigators noted her unnervingly composed demeanor, raising doubts about a mother whose child had inexplicably disappeared. Whispers circulated through the community until a breakthrough emerged. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household. These fibers hinted at a rare climbing rope, suggesting an intruder's entry from outside. Surveillance footage from the area revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily under the cover of darkness. A peculiar boot print in the garden soil hinted at a skilled climber's presence. With the focus shifting, Daniel returned from his trip, bewildered and distraught. Unusual calluses on his hands raised suspicion, his newfound hobby of rock climbing a curious detail. Financial records painted a troubling image, a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel, secret phone calls, and a hidden second family. The investigation deepened, uncovering a startling revelation about the baby monitor. It had been hacked, manipulated to transmit a deceptive message. The trail led to a basement hideaway where Samuel was found in the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered silently, her eyes vacant with unresolved grief. The pieces fell into place: a past tragedy, a shattered life, and a twisted plan for redemption. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, haunted by loss, sought to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. Digital evidence exposed the cruel scheme orchestrated by Daniel and Elaine, leading to a courtroom revelation. As the trial unfolded, the chilling audio from the hacked monitor echoed through the silent courtroom, revealing a hidden truth. Amidst the whispered command to sleep, a familiar cough betrayed Daniel's presence at the scene of the crime he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly delivered justice, condemning Daniel and Elaine for their heinous crimes. Rebecca and Samuel escaped the shadows, seeking solace far from the memories that haunted them. The case reshaped how abductions are investigated, a cautionary tale of technology's dark potential. Samuel grew up shielded from the night he vanished, while Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away, a silent witness to the horrors of that fateful night. The baby monitor held the truth, a truth veiled in darkness, revealing the depths of human deception and the resilience of a mother's love. Story 27. As she crossed the threshold, the dust danced in the still air of the abandoned house, a place forgotten by time itself. The peeling walls and draped furniture hinted at a past long gone, frozen in a moment untouched by the outside world. Yet amidst this eerie stillness, a mystery lingered. Each door she opened, each path she took, led her back to the parlor, trapping her in a never-ending loop of rooms that only seemed to change in her mind. The only way out was the way she came, but when she turned to retreat, the front door had vanished into thin air. The presence of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body turned the once curious Victorian house into a crime scene, shrouded in shadows and whispers of the past. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the forensic team move like specters through the dim interior. The house, known for its unsettling reputation among locals, now held secrets darker than any urban legend. The initial examination suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured softly. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan was discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a visitor, hands folded neatly in her lap. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting quiet that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who discovered the body. Her partner replied, a real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her presence, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal battles had rendered it unwanted, unsold, a forgotten relic haunted by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a reputation for meticulousness and a fascination with spaces that defied conventional norms. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, had lured her in like a moth to a flame. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled Morgan's multiple visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling cold spots, and doors that seemed to shift with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture the mysterious, spatial inconsistencies, equipment that remained elusive. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected detail, a trace of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in shamanic practices. Although the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the quantity found was insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend affirmed. Morgan approached her research with utmost seriousness. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone hinted at conversations with a kindred spirit enthralled by the house, a person claiming to comprehend its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew intimate and enigmatic, delving into the depths of the house's secrets. The house holds memories, read one message. It seeks acknowledgement. The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial anomalies had captured her interest, evolving their professional rapport into a more personal connection. Reeves, when questioned, appeared genuinely distraught by Morgan's demise. The house carries a legacy, he explained. Its architect wove illusions and distortions into its design, aiming to perplex and bewilder. Morgan believed there was more to it, something beyond mere trickery. However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the speculated time of Morgan's passing, confirmed by security footage of him lecturing at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, the grandson of a leaner Blackwood, residing abroad. Contacted by investigators, he unveiled a family secret veiled for generations. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house, he disclosed. Others followed suit, always discovered in the parlor, always at peace. The family dubbed it the Claiming. He provided journals spanning decades, detailing deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. A recurring pattern emerged: individuals spending prolonged periods in the house succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace, harboring Morgan's missing equipment and an enigmatic cache. Within the chamber lay artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric display. At the core rested a weathered figurine embodying a deity linked to liminal spaces, the thresholds between worlds. Analysis identified traces of the alkaloid present in Morgan's system on the artifacts. The case took a twist when dust patterns analysis hinted at a presence besides Morgan during her final moments. Partial fingerprints, unrelated to Morgan or known visitors, graced doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's serene pose, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key alien to his residence, but a perfect fit for the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his parting email addressed to himself as a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare the body, but the mind." Morgan was correct: the doors lead to where they always have, yet something deceives you into believing you're trapped. Once enlightenment dawns, departure is feasible, but by then departure seems undesirable. The case remains unresolved, marked as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Yet whispers persist of flickering lights within on certain nights, of individuals vanishing once they step inside. Some locals argue the house seizes those who delve too deeply into its enigmas, while others assert Morgan and Reeves unearthed an ancient force, dwelling in the interstices of reality. The verity remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every doorway leads back to the beginning.